Hello, hello. Sorry. I, ready to jump into puzzles. That's what I am. But distracted. I thought, Goon, how's it going? I thought. Are you coming to Vegas, Goon? We're gonna come to North Carolina at some point when I'm actually in town. Boom, boom, boom. All right, we're gonna expertly solve this puzzle in 2 seconds. Ready? Boom. Here, check. Here, check. Oh, the queen's not hanging. That's wait. He can't go here because check. So he goes here. Check. And he can't go here because it's checkmate. And he goes here. We still have the fork. What am I doing on the afternoon of Friday, June 6th? Well, afternoon. They I mean, I'll be doing the game analysis. But like I'll be there. Taquitos Tuesday. Taquitos. Tacos. Actually, I might get pizza tonight. I'm really tempted. Set up a stream battle royale, something that Friday sometime. Okay, hold on. That sounds like a yes. He will be in Vegas, and yes, we're gonna have a good time. So here's a question. Shadrick, how's it going? Oh, Jay. Yeah, Jay Pizza. Hear me out. Can eat pizza on a Taco Tuesday. I can eat pizza anytime. I've been craving pizza for a couple of days, and today could be the day. Okay, just there was one thing I wanted to check. So here, here, here. He goes here. Okay, let's just say he does it. And then we take. Is there ever a world that isn't winning? Just to check that. Check. Check. So if my queen still is on d5, that's a problem. He forks me back. Okay. But if I say move my queen, then no, it's not an issue. Okay, so check, check, check. He wants to go here right away. Check. And then try to set the trap. Probably just move his king here, but we have check. If he moves here, we have check. Interesting. Wait, Goon. What religion is eating pizza on Taco Tuesday against? Tyson! Wait, are you a huge fan of Sharkz or a huge fan of eating pizza on Taco Tuesday? Important clarification. Your peak puzzle rating was 2,400, but dropped to 2,100 for a while. Today you got it back to 2,300. Buddhism. That sounds like a religion that's made up. Just man, how's it going? Daniel Klatev, how's it going? I should get rid of these arrows. I just kind of slathered those all over the screen and left it. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to do, because I'm liking what I thought the answer was, with eventually forcing this king to f6, so we get this. Way I chew on the sleeves and stuff makes me look super kiddish. Good. Gotta stay young forever. Your 9-year-old nephew knows what's up, chess fan. What do I play against the ready? Ad in your back. I played, I mean, still kind of the Grunfeld setup, you know, so knight f3, knight f6. I do not win a rook with queen d7. Queen d7 pass. Queen d8. I mean, you could take the rook. That's not how that works. No, chess fan. It's been a thing for me for a long time. I actually used to chew gum when I played chess. Used to chew gum all the time. It's like very subconscious for me. When I get in the zone. You're like this Tuesday for puzzle. Did you start this new day? Yeah, I mean Tactics Tuesday. Good thing. We'll check. Well, I assume it's over, but I just want to make sure that there's nothing else here. Because, yeah, you still have to be a little bit careful there, right? Like, if after king f6 he teleported here, so here, king here. Okay, the king would be here. If he teleported here, then we're in trouble. Okay, no, sorry. Check, and then teleported here. I was right the first time. We're in trouble because he does fork our queen. So we do have to be like a little bit conscious. And that's why I just want to make sure, you know, because there's also like this check after we take the queen. It's not like we take the queen and black resigns. But I don't know what else. I don't know what else we would do. I would eat tacos on Taco Tuesday, but I can't have a lot of salsas and stuff, so yeah. I still like tacos, but you know, tough. Goon, you're working right now and we'll be in and out by DM to discuss potential times and stuff for Vegas. Only be coming to see the Sharkz. Let's go! Hey! That would be so hype. You know? Just fan, I'm sorry to hear it. That's never a fun time. Okay. Yeah, first queen d6. No, I think that's all correct. Don't worry, guys. Wait, isn't there mate in 3? Or are you tripping? I think you're tripping. Yeah, I just don't see it there. It just doesn't make sense to me. Really should just zone in on this. the queen's on d7, that's definitely GG's, right? So he doesn't want to go here. Like, I think he plays king f6 right away. Knight g4. Well, okay, so here's actually my big hesitancy. People get this puzzle wrong, right? People get this wrong. And I don't understand. I feel like they have to get it wrong because of this last trick with basically after knight g4, king g6. Like, people just take. Like, I'm thinking that's where they get it wrong, but I want to make sure. Yeah, I just want to make sure. So here, he could block as well. It's kind of funny. NANI? Hey, Goose. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? Big shout out. Goose, well, and you brought extra cheese. Goodness. Goodness. Everyone, with that shout out, make sure to drop a follow. If Extra Cheese was watching Goose, I mean, Extra Cheese is somewhat trustworthy. Well, yeah, okay, sorry. Daniel Klativ, I keep getting distracted. and then, like, I'm completely off the train. So, no, I think this is alright. We take with the knight, but my concern was, like, check, king d1, knight check, king here, and then what if he just takes the rook? We're not actually up any material, but I assume with the discovery, winning. Stream is going well. Just started, so we're getting into it. And doing tactics today. It's I think chat sometimes gets sick of me during these tactics because, like, I really push to make sure I see everything before I play it, and it serves me well, but it's time consuming. So it's, you know, back and forth. This one though, I'm feeling good about. I just want that last one. I just want to give me 2 seconds. We'll figure out that last position. He takes the rook. How are we winning as white? It's got to be there, right? We have. You're playing CS, so it's hard to even see. CS? Counter-Strike? Are you playing Counter-Strike right now? It's actually really annoying. But okay, no, we could go here, and then if the king runs, we could check with the knight. If he takes, take. If he goes here, we fork. Worst case scenario. Queen d3 also. Well, queen d3. No, queen d3. I think he just takes. I mean, it still looks good. It still stands for chess shark around here. There we go. Eterno, I like that. DS, no Counter Strike. Wait. I don't know how I feel about him playing chess sharks though. Alright, boom. Check. Check. Here's the fork. Didn't really think about this though. Hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. I didn't think about queen d6 first. Doesn't that just look better? Because then he has to block with the knight. Oh, no! Oh, no. No, that doesn't work. Because blocks with the knight, but then he checks, then pins our queen. Dirty. Dirty. Wait. No, that's not true. That's not how it works. Okay. So check, knight blocks, check. His king has to move somewhere. And I think we're picking up the knight with check. Or he like goes king f7 check, king f8 to avoid the check, and then we're definitely happy taking. Wait, but then why doesn't knight g4 right away work? That's gonna bug me. Hold on. It's gonna not that it matters, because queen d6 looks way better now that I'm seeing it. Queen d6 he has to block, king g5. If he were to play king g5, queen g6 is checkmate. And yeah, with all the queen checks, it looks way better. But I'm actually going to be a little bit mind blown that knight g4 isn't the move. Right, check just one more time. 96, check. He goes here, we take all the same things, but we took the knight. If he goes here, we throw in the check first. If he goes here, we check. All the same story. All right. We check first. Okay, we actually don't take the knight with check because the queen, you know, is gonna be rude. Ah, wow. TK, how's it going? TK, how was the stream yesterday? I only got to see a little bit after the raid and then food. Then we had to eat food. Okay. This is gonna... So... I'm a bit thrown that knight g4 right away doesn't win. Oh! Oh! Rook e2, rook takes f2. Speed money! Hey! Good sir! Glad to see you. Thanks for the subscription. That good old Prime. Yeah, okay, I missed this. I missed this. See? Daniel Klatev, you're just like all like, move, it's there, queen d6, easy. This is why we don't rush these puzzles. Because they're full of stupid traps. They just get you. Just wait there. Freaking. Oh, told the kids your stories? Nice. You got a new job. You're a waiter. Okay. And how is it going? Oh, we got a story. DK. So your job, a little girl got a plushie out of the vending machine. Then she came over to you and asked if she could trade it. And so I told her, see that man with glasses? Your manager boss, ask him. So she went over to the boss and he said no. So she ended up crying. Made your boss the villain. I mean, that is a positive, but dang. The poor girl. I hope she gets the plushie she wants someday. I hope she gets it. You know. This goes out to that little girl. All right, let's do a short on this. Don't hate me too much. But we're gonna me and Tony, we try to clip these puzzles during the stream. Makes life so much easier. And yeah, life is good. I did want to check something though in analysis, because one of the things about doing it in the puzzle is you can't play variations But I was curious. Okay, you can get the marks. All right, that's super cool. Wait. We can mark it up. We can't do like the remove annotation. That's a bit tempting. Okay. Interesting. Make it a blunder. Queen d6. Wait. Blunder. This is so crazy. I have so much power in the palm of my hands. She learned a valuable lesson that day that managers. I mean, gotta teach him sometime. Whenever you find trouble, you give it to people. Wait, is that your way of saying your manager isn't your favorite? Always looking at self. Addicted to gambits. Yeah. Gambits. In theory, they're a great time. I like sacrificing stuff. I've never been a big gambit guy. But your manager is your number one. Okay, we're not getting TK in trouble here. The deflection tactic. Okay. I think I'm just gonna do it in the puzzle. It shows all the check marks for the right move, and then just explain some of the side variations. But I'm making notes. The fact that we can annotate it ourselves does interest me for sure. Alright, here we go. What is this puzzle rated? 3861. Alright. This is a 3861 rated puzzle. Black starts with King F8. Now, the first thing you're going to notice is we're down a rook. Very tempting to check and take, but we have our sights set on a different piece that we want to capture. We go knight takes e5. Okay, king only has one move. Queen, check. Now, the king has two moves. If he goes to e7, queen d7, and he is not escaping, because queen d8 will be checkmate, and king f6, well, we're about to see. If he goes king f6, which he does play here, you might notice knight g4. This is what we're hoping for. Knight g4, check, and pick up the queen, but black has some tricks. If we play knight g4, king g6, knight takes f2, black will check us, king d1, and fork our king and queen. So we might think, hey, let's check first. Spoiler alert. King here and then check. But black has another trick. After the check, there he plays king h7. We take, knight check, king here, knight check, king here, rook check, king f1, rook takes f2, and after king takes f2, knight takes e4 once again, forking our king and queen. Hey, I am Divinity. Thanks so much for the raid. I am going to totally shout you out and then restart filming this short. But thank you so much. I am Divinity. I was hanging out in his stream a little bit earlier, giving him a hard time. But he's just chilling. He's just vibing over there. Having a good little moment. Wait, what the... I guess we're both, me and Tony are both followed to Divinity on our personal accounts, but not on Chess Sharkz. So now we gotta drop that follow. Solid vibe. What is this? Okay, I was trying to explain this puzzle, and the raid happened, and I feel like I needed to start over again. But in general, I feel like I need to start again. Explaining what's wrong with knight check, king here, check. It's like too complicated. I almost want to leave that for them to figure out. So let's start this again. All right. In this 3861 rated puzzle, black starts first with king f8. Now you might notice we're down a rook and think easy. Queen check and we take. But watch out, black has some of their own threats. So we set our sights on something a bit different. First we start not with this, but we bring the knight in. We're going after the king, trying to force it to this square. That's the eventual goal, so we get that fork. He goes king e6, only square. Now, again, we're trying to get the king there. If he goes king e7 to avoid it, we have queen d7, king f8 is checkmate, and king f6, mission accomplished. We play knight g4. But black has some tricks that we have to watch out for. If we play knight g4 right away, king moves, take, well then we feel like we've accomplished our goal, but we're going to be hit by knight e2, king d1, knight c3, forking our king and queen. So you might think to yourself, well, knight g4, king g6, let's just move our queen, queen d6. Now this doesn't work, and I'm going to leave that for you to solve. Go try and figure it out. Knight g4, king g6, queen d6, king h7. What's happening after knight takes f2? But black is holding on to the position. Better, queen d6 right away. If king g5, easy checkmate. Blocks with the knight. If he moves away from this knight, we'll take with check. Check him again. Let's block that rook. Okay, we don't want to get in any trouble that way. And now we pick up the queen, hitting the knight, and GG's. Alright, that's actually... There's so many moves, and like actually a lot of variation. Choose an opening? What are we gonna... We choose the puzzle opening? The potato. I mean... What am I gonna do this in the analysis board? Where are we potatoing right now? It was too slow. Man, were you trying to ruin it? Son of a biscuit. Trying to ruin my fun, huh? Is that what you're trying to do here, Shadrick? I'm gonna start calling you Caleb again. That kind of behavior. Divinity, thank you so much for the subscription. That is a wild puzzle. Many much appreciations. Okay, I'm gonna refund your points, Caleb. I will not hold them hostage, despite the sabotage attempt. But I am really tempted to do so. These puzzles are a pain. The ones that just involve getting out of checks are maybe my least favorite kind of puzzle. Okay, so let's take this one move at a time. We technically have knight f3 and queen f3. But what's the material count? 3 pawns, so he has 2 pawns more. We have a piece and a queen forward, so we do have a lot of material. With that said, if we put anything on f3, knight f2 is a problem. Yeah, that's just a problem. Knight f2. Yeah, there's no tricks with like bishop e2. Darth, thank you for the follow. No. See, I'm giving back the points. I'm just gonna call you Caleb. You've lost me calling you Shadrick. You gotta be called Caleb from now on. Even when you change your name back to English Shadrick, I will continue calling you Caleb. It's much more devious. Okay, I'm not actually that devious, but you know, tempted. Okay, so this seems out of the picture. We're losing too much material. I feel like it should be king d4. Because here, my concern is knight takes. And then just rook e4. Right? And we're kind of toast. King c4, check. I mean, we could block with the queen, though, actually. Hold on. Queen takes, rook check, queen d4? Oh, king e2. King e2 is a legal move. I didn't even... We haven't even crossed that path yet. Haven't even considered that yet. But I'm actually... I mean, that does feel like a very puzzle solution. I do agree. I think king d... I'm actually almost liking king c4 better because of take, queen takes, and then queen d4 block. I mean, then we have a piece for 2 pawns, and we have a rook. That feels like a huge W, right? Feels like a win. So, I don't know. Okay. Well, okay. Well, there's one more thought. Here, take. Queen takes. What if d5? I guess we just go here, and if he checks, then we can slide back. If he plays d5 right away, then takes, then we can just take. He doesn't actually have a threat. We're covering c3. Because the problem with king c5 is actually d6. So, okay. So I like king c4, but then we have to disprove this move. Wait, I have an idea. If this is true... Okay, knight d6 is at least a draw there. Hold on. Wait. At least a draw. Just to hurry and confirm that. That does seem to be correct. Wait. Because I go here, knight check. I can't go here, because then boom, boom. I go here, check. Here we still have issues with rook e5, so we just go back and forth. But, okay, now I'm confused. Because king e2, knight c3, king f2. What about rook g2? Rook g2, bishop takes, knight takes. If you go king f1, I play knight e3 and I pick up the piece. If you play king g1, oh, rook g8 doesn't work. Rook g8 doesn't work because bishop b2. Wait, no, the knight's on d1. The knight's on d1. Knight's covering b2. Now I think everything's wrong. We're coming up with no solutions. Yeah, so the issue with king c4 might be knight d6. The issue with king e2, I think, is rook g2. Because the whole idea is you take and then white takes and you're up a piece and winning. But rook g2 first, king f2, take. I'm just not seeing how you keep your bishop on g2. Steven, how's it going? But that, I mean, king c4, like, that's for sure, right? There's just nothing. There's no tricks, no, like, 100% is repetition, right? Knight f5. Yeah, because you only have these 3 squares. This always loses to rook e5. So it's just back and forth. Okay. Yard work. Steven, I love that journey for you. And by that, I mean I don't. Yard work. Not my favorite. Why it's not just a... Well, okay, so Creeper, I'm saying King E2. I'm leaning that King E2 is correct. I am. But I just don't see Knight C3, King F2, Rook G2, take Knight D1, and I'm saying you lose this bishop on G2. King F1, I fork you right away. King G3, I check you and take. King G1, I play Rook G8, and you cannot stop me from taking. Like, I'm pinning that bishop, and I'm going to follow it up by taking it. I don't see how you stop that. And the one idea to stop that would have been bishop E2, but my knight is still sitting on D1, covering that. What about King D4? We forgot about our old friend King D4. Why did the ad have to come in when you were explaining King G1? Okay, Daniel Klatev with the... Wait, I'm pretty sure Knight D1, King G1, Rook G8, King F1. If he takes Rook, Rook A7. Wait, that doesn't seem correct, though. Because King F1... No. Because King F1, I take... You're saying Rook takes A7 is winning, but I have, again, at least repetition with Knight E3 and then Knight C2. Yeah. King D4. Let them take your bishop and take a bunch of pawns. Yeah, but it's a continual issue, right? If I get to play Rook takes G2, again, I'm either checkmating you or I'm getting repetition. The only move that I haven't 100% disproved, okay, I haven't 100% disproved. King C4 is a draw. I think that one's established. Like, at least King C4 is a draw. These look losing. So maybe King E2. Because you have a move, like, that's why I would say it is interesting, is because, like, after King G1, Rook G1, it's like you have time. But King D4. What's wrong with King D4? I was thinking the problem was Knight takes D2 with Rook E4 ideas. But I guess just Bishop D3. Right? Well, I mean, what's wrong with Bishop D3? That gives us a square, and we're happy. Okay. Right. I mean, even if he checks, like... I mean, we could just take, yeah. Check. So King D4. Bishop D3! I mean, Bishop D3 is a great defensive move. So, okay, what if he attacks our queen somehow? Is there any issue with, like, Knight C3? Okay, wait. We have a retort. Oh, you mean like that, Creeper. So you go Rook G3, and then just run your king to F4. I mean... You're not, like, after taking the pawn, you're not even up a pawn. You're actually down a pawn there. Okay, with threats, but... That's, I'm a bit skeptical. Again, we're not playing against a human. A human, we might pull that out, but... Against the person, against the computer. Yeah, bishop b2, also kind of interesting. I mean, this is so far the best. I'm just actually have to think through this move, but I think just queen h5 and it's kind of over. Right? There's everything's covered. Fellowship, I am not accepting challenges right now. We're doing tactics. King d4, rook e6 looks fun. Okay, I still play bishop d3. Check. Oh, you want to go bishop d5. Okay. So I play and bishop e2, knight c4. I don't know about knight c4 because then we lose coverage of e4. I play king d4 and stop thinking. It is so tempting to do that because it's one of those that you're like, you know, I believe the computer just figures this out, you know? Like king d4, rook e6, like it just plays b6 and runs the king through here. It's fine. Move on. That's actually not the worst idea outside of knight c3. I'm actually not hating like king d4, bishop e2. Like king d4, rook e6, bishop b2. The coverage is nice. And covering c3 also feels quite good. A human, maybe, but against the Persian, no, totally agree. Yeah, that's fair. Computer slaps you in this position no matter what. When you get a chance, I want to see you play the Budapest. You win with the Budapest. Chess fan, there are, well, so I'd be curious, chess fan. What do you play against bishop f4? Because I thought for the most part, if white knows what they're doing in the Budapest, it's just like a very comfortable slight advantage for white. Under 4,000 on puzzles is crazy. Wait, one sec. Sorry everyone, we have to do something. I'm either about to be humbled or wait, let me pull it up over here first. All right. Ignore my personal chat. Sorry. I think H1's chess's puzzle rating just like flew through and left. Crazy. Could have sworn it was here, but under 25 or 35. What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this line? No puzzles for almost a month? Timmy Laka, how's it going? Oh, this dude, he can do puzzles. Don't worry. Let's see. Let's go a solid. Let's keep it the last 30. This guy's done how many puzzles? You know what? I gotta give you credit though. I gotta give him credit though. This is good. This is actually quite good. Like 61%. I mean, it could be better, but that's actually like a pretty solid accuracy. Most people are like 50%. So 60, 61 is not bad. It's not bad at all. Hi, Ben. Yours is the same. Wait, your accuracy? Let's do it. Let's do a quick puzzle that H1 Oh, so he got the first move. He definitely got this. It's gonna be embarrassing. I want to just like play it super quickly, but it's gonna be awkward. I just drop the ball. Oh, I get it. He missed king takes d2. That's actually super sneaky. Yeah, that's actually super sneaky. Wait, no, we're in check. I was gonna say, why can't we play knight takes d7? We had to solve a quick puzzle from H1s. H1, appreciate you, man. All right, wait. Okay, we'll get back to the puzzle. We'll get back to the puzzle. But let's see. What you're playing right now? Wait, you're chatting and playing? Dang. Oh, okay. 35-59. What? What's his accuracy though? Look at this green. You gotta get that accuracy up. Wait, I should know. Let me check in the background what my accuracy is. Because I haven't been like fully like locked in. Okay. I can't say this. I can't say this. I'm see, this is like, you know, it's okay. Okay. And but now I've actually been focusing a lot more, so but that's still pretty good. 35. But this got to be better. You got to get that up. 58. You can get it up there. I believe. Oh, we can close out this now. That's on the previous one. How do you have the same? Steven, it's actually kind of crazy that you have 65%. Although that's not. I mean, how many puzzles have you done? That on your new account? Like, did you just get a ton of puzzles right on your way? Oh, we've done about the same amount of puzzles. That's strange. Yeah, I actually don't know. Because yeah, but I mean I imagine you like really boosted your accuracy. Yeah, in this section. Because they actually when I got my account title approved, they actually bumped my puzzle rating up. Ski money's on 88%. Gee willikers. But still, like, keep it at 65. I think like 65. I actually want to get mine up. Because I think 66% is kind of ideal. Right? Because if you're really spending the time on puzzles, you'll get 5 for getting one right. And because you never get a speed bonus. I mean, maybe occasionally, but like very rarely. And then you usually lose like 10 or more if you get one wrong. So, you know, for every 2 you get right, 1 you get wrong, that's kind of staying at your rating. So it seems like pretty realistic if you're putting the effort into puzzles to push for 66%. Daniel Klatev, okay. Wait, What's your username? Does it match? we're down a rabbit hole. We'll get to this puzzle eventually. I'm feeling pretty good about King D4. It's just kind of a pain to calculate everything. You know? And I'm just sure about King D4 because everything else in my mind feels like I can see why it would be wrong. Dang, last game he played was against Gotham Chess. Look at that. Okay, 35, 81%. Very nice, very nice. Good 81. Very solid. And almost at your peak. Like, just go make this happen. 3,600, easy. Then your rating isn't real. You need to start from the beginning. I was doing it. I was getting my puzzle rating up, and they just like I submitted for the title. Like, I didn't ask for the boost. Let's see if you can see it. I think it was around this day. Like, in the span of one day, I went from 1,500 to 27. Wait, Steven, you're using the hint glitch? Dang. Hey, I was on that grind, man. I was up to a solid 1,500. And then I boosted, and then I was doing really good, and then here's where I tilted. I tilted that day. I think that was my peak before, right there. I hit my peak, and then, like, I just tilted, and I, like, went from 37, like, 80, down to 3620. Yeah. We're trying. See, the time spent, this is like the focused. This is focused puzzles. This is such a mix of like me tilting and just like going for it. Which is bad. Don't do that. I used to always do this. At least I would solve puzzles from books, and this is how I would solve it. Chess.com puzzles, like, you know. What can you do? Oh, it does show all time. Yeah, see, I got 40 right. I got 40 right to get to 1,500. And then, yeah. What do I think about that puzzle leaderboards? There's something I've heard chess.com is gonna do that does interest me, is they will start doing this differently, to where I don't know when this is gonna be. I don't even know if they're gonna do it. I'm just that they might do it, and if you want to be on the leaderboard, that you have to go through more of a verification process. Okay, so King D4, Rook E6, Bishop B2, GG's, move on. We accomplished. King G8. Okay. You cannot hit 50,000 puzzles. Even if puzzles get super easy at some point, like repetitive at a high rating, 53,000 puzzle rating, just to do it sounds like a pain. I mean, to get to 1,500, I don't know when the puzzle rating starts, but that was 40 puzzles. And I probably started at 1,000. So 40 puzzles to get to 1,500. That's a lot of freaking time just to get to 50,000. I mean, if the puzzles take you 20 seconds, even, like just 20 seconds, that's still a crap ton of time. Creeper, welcome to the Sharkz. Much appreciation. Chess is about feelings anyways. I just need a move. If I can find what I feel like is a defense after King G8, and King G8 may not be the best move, like F6 might be better, But I'm just thinking, like, what if he just avoids the check? Because bishop e2 prevents this. Because then you here, and I think you can take, and you're winning. But what was the move? I was kind of thinking maybe something like knight c4, because then there's no knight c3, and we have... Yeah, okay, Steven's agreeing. Knight c4. It feels good. And then I think worst case scenario after knight f2, like, we could just play queen e1. Like, we're up a piece. We could just play queen e1. That guards against any of rook e4 ideas. If he checks us here, we sneak. I think that's the benefit to playing bishop e2 first. Yeah, I mean, that all checks out. I'm gonna be so upset. These puzzles are so tough, because this is definitely one the computer could unleash, like, King f6 wins. How did you not know it? The computer could unleash, or like c5 in one of these positions just works. Like, the computer could do this to me. But I don't see it. Let's go! King d4! Alright, wait. What did I decide? Bishop d3, right? Bishop d3. G13. Computer would do it, man. Okay. Yeah, taking the knight's a problem. I mean, you have to stop rook e4. Bishop d3 also opens up king c3. One question, though. Rook e1, fine. Rook e1, we just play queen h5. Right? We don't fall for the fork. No, then we could just take the knight. I'm being dumb. All right, bishop d3. Oh, he checks? Whoa. Oh, yeah, so rook e1 is the trick. We just play here first. Right here, if he checks us, then we go king c3. If he checks us, we go king c5, but we need to leave bishop b2 open. That's the trick. That is the trick. Oh, I guess if he checks us, we actually want to go king b3. Because he does have rook g1. Like, this isn't hanging, or rook e1. Like, that's not, we can't block bishop b2. So we have to carefully navigate around bishop b2. Ah, goodness. Goodness gracious. Let's just confirm it. So king e2 is better for white. But rook g2 is the move that saves the day. Sorry. King f1 is actually best with a slight edge. Wow, king g1. I mean, I guess that makes sense with the whole rook takes. Yeah, just 5 rating. I never get the speed bonus. Get the speed bonus. Yeah, creepy. I mean, I didn't disagree. I didn't necessarily, I just didn't feel like it was winning. Like, this was one that I'd be okay. I am surprised by rook takes g2, because I was thinking this was, wait, what? Bishop takes, oh, bishop a3 to chase the knight. Okay, yeah, that's right. You need to play rook takes. Yeah, that's what is bishop a3? Like, what is this witchcraft? No, it just, like, makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So it is slightly better and still tricky. But yeah, my feeling was correct. It's not enough to win. Now, I probably would have gone for that. Like, if I could find a clear reason as to why king d4 was not good, then I think I would have gone for that. But, okay, bishop e2 does work here. Bishop e2, but you also can just play knight rook a6 is best. That's, yeah, see, this is the hard thing. This is the hard thing about playing king d4, is I started to get that feeling. Like, the computer would just find a defense. I did have that feeling. But, you know, you want to try and find it yourself. Because rook a6 is it's so tough. Like, you kind of feel it could be there, but to actually find that would be a pain. And, yeah, okay. This isn't the best, but this is winning. Bishop b2, knight c4 is winning. Alright. Let's record another short here. This is a good one. I like this one. Oh wait, what's wrong with king c4? Because it didn't say equal. Oh. If someone plays rook a6, yeah, report them. When you get a move to do what you want, the computer uses that move very well. Yeah, you know, it all kind of falls in line. Yeah, just knight e3. You stop it because that's definitive, but you cry because that wins. Okay. This is a 3,500 puzzle. In this puzzle, white finds themselves in a very unusual situation. Wait, I guess I don't want this puzzle. In this puzzle, don't cringe too much at me, please. In this puzzle, white finds himself in a very unusual situation. They're up a rook and a bishop, or not a rook. That's a queen, or a rook. This is how recording goes behind the scenes, by the way. Like, sometimes this is just real. Doing it live, you know, was a little bit funny, but you know what you do. Alright, in this puzzle, white finds himself in a very unique situation, having a queen and a bishop for a rook and 2 pawns. But you're in check, you have to figure out where to go for safety. Now, king c4 was the move that I was liking, but knight d6 and the king is in trouble. King c5, checkmate after king d4. If you go king d4, knight f5, and well, black's gonna sneak around and pick up your queen. Can't have that. King e2 was looking really nice. King e2, knight c3, king f2. We're gonna give up the queen, but we're gonna take a rook, still be up a piece, and better than getting checkmated. But after king e2, knight c3, king f2, black has this very sneaky move. He plays rook g2 first, bishop takes, knight takes d1, and wherever the king goes, if it goes here, the rook comes to g8. If it goes to f1, knight goes to e3, and he's picking up the other piece. So instead, we go, spoiler alert, Tony, cut that out. Cut that out from the short. Edit that. So instead, we go king d4. Move our king in the center of the board, but it also opens up our pieces the best to protect. Plays knight takes. Now rook e4, d6 is a huge threat. We play bishop d3, covering that. Knight f3, he has one last trick trying to trap our queen, but we play king c4. Now if rook e1, bishop b2, and we're gonna take, knight takes, rook takes, up a piece with the win, and our king to safety. What a puzzle. Rook a6 makes a lot of sense once you see it. Yeah, I mean, it just stopped the idea. Now, there is one thing I want to say about rook a6. As far as, like, how you find these moves, because there are some times where you can. Basically, this is the issue, right? And you ask yourself, well, what are moves that defend this? And you kind of come up with knight takes c4, knight c4. But if you push yourself to say, okay, what moves just defend rook d6? Well, a direct prevention, rook a6, and then you calculate it, and stuff happens. Do these puzzles make you better? Yeah, absolutely. Like, doing this type of work and, you know, really pushing yourself to think through these puzzles. I personally, like, strongly believe that this type of work is what got me to 2200. Like, my openings weren't the best. My positional understanding wasn't the best. You know, I had basics in both. My endgames were all right, but I was really good tactically. And I even had a coach, the coach that helped me, Grandmaster Chernin, get from 22, I think it was 2250 to GM, or I can't remember exactly what my rate, but around there, helped me get to GM. He told me to my face, he's like, you suck at positional chess. You suck so bad, but you are super good tactically. So I mean, I believe him, and I kind of know, like, I got away with a lot of stuff because I was tactically sharp. Feel like pushing yourself is right. Yeah, I mean, but I still kind of enjoy this. Like, 30 minutes on this puzzle. Okay, a lot of that's distracted by chatting, but I don't hate this. Like, I enjoy this. This part of chess I do enjoy. But it does still take some patience. Like, I can still absolutely tilt in some of these puzzles, as I already explained going over my puzzle stats. Yeah, I mean, it'd be fun for Levy to, you know, grind the puzzles. I'm happy to see anybody doing it. Yeah, Tyson! Tactics Tuesday! Make it a thing. Oh, the Grinka ski money, that's wild. Magnus going 9 out of 9. Now here's the funny thing. Here's the thing about Magnus Carlsen going 9 out of 9. 9 out of 9 in Grinka. That could be one of the all-time performances. Could be. Because it's not technically classical chess, it's always going to have an asterisk by it. Now, if they have more of these open events and more freestyle events, and it does become a thing, not sure how much it will be. I hope it does. I'm not sure how much it will be, honest. But if it does become a thing, and for years to come, no one does that again, that performance becomes more and more and more historical and more impressive. So it's kind of a funny thing that because this freestyle push is new, that could be just, hey, that was freestyle, super cool, super impressive performance, but hey, that was the freestyle phase. Or if freestyle does become a thing, that was like, dang, Magnus started it off with an absolute bang. Alright, some good questions. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Be right back. All right, all right. Masachi. Miss. How do you say that? Thank you so much for the follow. Wait. Rolling back up, Chess fan. I'm not sure how you feel about a lot of what you said. But I do like root beer. You know, every now and then, pretty good stuff. How to get better at positional chess? So Chernin was the big one that I worked with on that, and the way he really helped me learn positional chess is he'd set up positions, you know, from typically older games, like the classics, and yeah, you just show like a few in a row, and then kind of mix it up here and there, as to ones that were focused on different concepts. So we spent hours and hours and hours working on queen trades and minor piece trades and different structures, and you know, utilizing pawns and yeah. Oh, Chessman. Okay. The mug root beer. Is that what you can? No, A&W is what you get at KFC. I think I have had mug. Like, you can get it in a can, right? Mace Ace. Sora, how's it going? Tell H1 how to get better positional chess because he constantly plays E6, G6, D6, and one dragon wonders why D6 is weak. Do you want to be adopted? Good times. There was another question. I ran away for a second. Yeah, I mean, it does definitely speak to Magnus's dominance. I'm not sure. Like, personally, just seeing people's feeling. Mace Ace, I'm not accepting challenges right now. But yeah, I like freestyle, but what really will make freestyle take off is if the lower rated players are playing it, right? I think it's good to have the higher rated players playing, but what really makes it stick is the lower rated players playing, right? Because that's, lower rated players are the lifeblood of chess. It's just real. Like, you know, in basketball, the lifeblood is the fans. You know, you have the players and they're impressive, but if you don't have fans, it's a lot lower of a thing. And that I just don't see. Like, chess itself is complicated enough that I could see people enjoying freestyle, but I think the focus and the main thing that people are going to improve is always going to be regular chess. And the best way to improve at freestyle, for the most part, will still be improving at just chess. And then you're applying that stuff to freestyle. So I don't feel like I see a world where freestyle is like it and chess is a side thing. But I enjoy it. It's fun to see, and hope it continues. Sora studying Dvoretsky's endgame manual. Very nice. This puzzle is weird. So King F4, yeah. Tyson, I think you suggested that. That definitely stands out. And the threat is G3. Right. So he goes rook H4, for example. Can't promote and play G3, and you can't play G3 right away. But I don't see how we're not winning there if we just protect the pawn and push here. Like, that looks winning. You think I solved this puzzle before? If I have, I'd be surprised. Sochi, how's it going? Can it be the other way, that somebody enjoys more and plays more freestyle and then go to classical chess? I think it would be really difficult, because say you study freestyle. Like, what are you doing to study freestyle? I mean, you could solve puzzles and they could be from freestyle games. And you could study positional concepts. But I feel like for the most part, there's such a base, there's a foundation, and I think it's even easier to use chess as a study. So, I mean, someone could enjoy freestyle more. That's definitely possible. But I think the improvement side will always lean towards just chess. Do I do Title Tuesday? I used to. I've been taking a bit of a break. Some of the things they've been rolling out, I think could be really positive. The biggest one is Proctor. From what I've heard, it has issues, a lot of issues in using Proctor. And then it's also like it allows them a really serious access to your computer, which is probably fine. But again, is a security risk, and it's new, it's kind of untested. So currently I'm taking a break from playing in the prize events until like a lot of that's figured out, because like I play Title Tuesday for fun and enjoyment. I've never won money. I'd love to win money, but I never have won money. And so they have different streaming requirements, and now Proctor, like it's just a lot of that they're kind of currently taking out some of the enjoyment. But maybe once Proctor's up and running, everything's smooth, and don't worry about any security problems, should be fine. Yeah, King F4, the puzzle does feel simple. It does make it feel like a trap though. Like that's but what else are we playing but King F4? Like we have to. But it's not like it can't be King E4 or something. I mean, that would be bad though, because then probably take and here and take, and then he'll just sack for this pawn and take this pawn, and you've lost all your pawns. So it makes me feel like the trick might have something to do with pushing this pawn. Or playing Rook G8. Right? After Rook H4. Playing Rook G8. Do people cheat on Title Tuesday if they get caught? Can they lose their title? Yes. Unfortunately, people do cheat on Title Tuesday. That's why I say, like, overall, I think the Proctor thing can be really good. I think it can be. Because, you know, reduced cheating, always fantastic. If they get caught, they do not lose their title. They get banned, and, I mean, would look really bad. And would cause them to lose stuff, like if they have a lot of students. I know people that have gotten found out. It becomes a lot more difficult for them to coach, which is kind of on them. I mean, it's kind of fair. But no, the only way you can lose a title from cheating is if cheating in FIDE events. Not on chess.com. Your 1100 brain says Pawn Storm goes for. I this one I'm thinking of starting King F4. Like all these other moves just look so bad or so uninteresting that I am tempted just to play King F4. Like normally I would like really want to think it through, but like these moves just don't make sense. Like if it's not King F4, I riot. Okay. This is a surprise. a very surprising move, Rook H7. So the idea somewhere is probably this. So we have... okay, so G3 and Queen doesn't work. Because if you play G3, Rook takes, and get a Queen, he checks you. King E4, only move. Checks you. King to this file, only move. Checks you and takes your Queen. But Knight's really tempting. Can a banned title player create a new account and use their title on the new account? So they do have second chance accounts for title players, I believe. Actually, title players might be an exception. I could be wrong on this, but I'm thinking of a couple of instances that I've heard of where I think sometimes they leave the account and it's just like a second chance account that's still being the same account. If they admit to cheating. But yeah, I'm thinking the Knight. The Knight seems highly interesting. When solving puzzles, shouldn't you calculate the whole line? Isn't going move by move counterproductive to improvement? Yeah, so normally you really want to push for it. And this is like a very difficult thing to explain without it sounding like guessing. But you kind of think of it this way. If I have 3 king moves, right? So let's say my king is here and I have 3 king moves. And I can calculate this one leads to checkmate, like in 2. And this one leads to checkmate in 2. And this one, it looks very dangerous, but I mean, I see a line where the king is running. Then I'm going to play this one without fully knowing the line, because I know these aren't the answers. It was actually something that I did work on with my coach, where he would give me puzzles and he would give me an hour on the clock. And so in these positions, basically what I had to do is I had to calculate a few moves ahead, but kind of enough to say like, hey, everything else is bad. This one is just, there's too many variables to calculate all of this. So it's very difficult to do so, but I can see very clearly it's not any other move. So yeah, there is some sort of process of elimination. Very tricky though, because sometimes we eliminate, like even that last puzzle, I don't know if you saw it, but I kind of eliminated in my head, or what I was leaning towards, king d4. Not fully, but I focused on like king c4 or king e2 a lot more in that position. And so it's easy to do that where you're kind of like, well, these look better, and you start there, and that's not bad. You start there, but then kind of eliminate this, even though it isn't technically eliminated, and is actually, in that case, the right move. Hate the rook. Okay. So... I mean, check in promoting to a knight is good, but does it win? So then you're just getting into endgame. Which I guess to a point, like it feels just winning, right? So here, knight, and he goes here. He could check you first, but say at some point he takes. I feel like we're almost always winning if we just go after this pawn. We just go after that pawn, we take the pawn. He could take this pawn, but we put our rook behind, and with these, very good chance that we're winning. We might even have just like bring the king forward or push the pawn somewhere, and that's also winning. Neuralink. Yeah, Neuralink could be crazy. You can have title only if you're in FIDE. Some other places have titles. Like you can have country titles, like National Master is a big one for different countries. Technically, FIDE has arena titles. I think Lichess has, I don't know if they're doing it anymore, but I think they had like a Lichess Master. So like places can have different titles, but the most recognized and basically anywhere in the world, that title absolutely going to be seen as a title is FIDE. Yeah, this is just, there is another interesting idea though, which is just avoiding the check, playing rook f8. Say he goes here after rook f8, then we play e4, he pins us, and then like we queen. Or we get a knight, I don't know. And we say anywhere your king moves, or anywhere you take, then these pawns are rushing. It looks very dangerous. But then after g3, something has to be missing. It seems pretty clear cut. Like that endgame just looks so winning. Yeah, because if he doesn't check you on g3 and takes, then we can check and play f2. That looks winning. Looks pretty winning to me. If he does check you, then I feel like we just play king here, and that also looks quite winning. With f2 as an idea. I mean, right? Okay, I'm gonna play it. Okay, I think auto queen is turned off in puzzles. Right? Yes. Okay, it just ends there. Yeah, that puzzle is actually not bad. That one is not bad. I think I will. We'll do a short video. I mean, it's not bad. It's kind of simple, but sometimes that's not a terrible thing. 3,600. Yeah, I could have done that a lot faster. But we're mostly chatting. Or chatting and doing tactics in the background. All right, review time. Extra cheese is here for it. Perfect. All right. What can we give the rating on this? 3,600. Okay. This is a 3617 puzzle. Now, the reason this puzzle is so high rated is it's actually a bit of a trick puzzle. First move, not that hidden. King f4. We move the king forward, supporting our pawns, ready to create some real issues for white. Plays this sneaky move, rook h7. Trying to get our king out of there, as well as drop behind this pawn. Now, we play g3. If king goes back, we have queen or promote to a rook checkmate. So he plays rook takes g3. Now here's the trick, and here's where I assume a lot of people fall for this. You can't get a queen. Queen is a mistake. Then white will check. King here, only move, rook check, where our king is forced to go to this rank. And after taking, he then picks up f3. And white is totally fine. Instead, we should promote to a knight. Here the puzzle finishes, but basically he goes, and he does take our knight, but our king being active and our pawns being forward, this is just a completely winning endgame. And so it just calls it here. And black gets the W. I actually just realized it's f2. As I'm calculating this, f2 is the move. That's why it stops, because king takes g3 and f2 are winning. Yeah, but f2 is way better. No, king takes g3 technically is best. Okay, that surprises me. Because this kind of saves the knight? No, not really. It's fictitious. But yeah, I mean, that's nice. Nice still, I guess. Taking is just monstrous advantage. But because... Wait, even knight b2 wins. Or at least very good chances. Knight b2? Kind of nasty. If your opponent plays knight b2 here, report him. All right. Doing good. It's been a little slow. But we're doing good. X-ray or skewer are not the same. No, X-ray is typically you're protecting something through another piece. Skewer is almost like you're attacking something through another piece. But I think more technically defined by you're attacking a higher value piece and behind it is a lower value piece. So skewers or X-ray is more about protection. Might be too wild though. Yeah, and then the king gets into e3, which actually is a good kind of endgame concept. King often goes in front of pawns when there are rooks because the pawns help protect the king. It's yeah. Why, like, if you have a pawn here, king here might be so good because rook checks you here, you hide the pawn or from the checks by going here. If rook checks you here, then you push the pawn and it blocks. The rook checks your king, steps out of the way to win your promoted queen. That's a skewer, yes. Yeah, that's a skewer. I mean, but if for some reason my rook was here and they wanted to take the queen, I guess that's more of an X-ray, right? Because I'm ready to take back. That'd be a funky scenario though. But this actually does exist. There are cases for X-rays. Like if you have a rook here and king here, like back rank, they check you with their rook that's protected, where you don't take, you actually move your rook in front. X-ray. I'm getting lost in the weeds though. F5 feels like this is kind of a weird puzzle at first glance. Like I feel like we're just playing chess. Like we just play F5, or we take on D5 and then play F5. Like we're just playing chess. I am thinking the whole concept is around taking the knight first. But F5 doesn't look bad. F5 right away. Kind of a pain. After one of these moves, black has a sneaky defense. Either take an F5 or F5 right away. Yeah, they can check on F4, but then, you know, we just play king F3. What's the big deal? F5, they could move their king with the idea that if we take then check. F5. Strangely, I almost want to just play king c7. Not allow queen takes c6 with check. Although, then he plays f6. Yeah, knight c7 also would be. Although knight c7, I'm worried about take, and bishop f5. This is tough, because this just looks winning. No complications. But, I don't know, maybe there could be some line where we do win the piece, but these pawns are connected, and that's an issue, or we just don't have this bishop to stop it, and that's an issue. Feels unlikely. But f5, king c7. I'm feeling like that defends. Unless f6 isn't. But heading territory, I keep... No, maybe f6 does work. I'm overthinking it. F6 and queen takes e6 are still annoying. Wait. F5, king c7, f6, take... Nope, that's not how pawns move. Take, knight takes. If he plays queen takes and trades, we pick up the bishop on e4. If he does what? If he takes with the bishop, then he has queen d2 check. And should have at least repetition there. No, so f5, the trick is king c7. If you take, I take with check. I'm feel pretty good about that. Like that seems like a pretty clear take. I mean, okay, is there any defense there? Because even the idea of giving up the bishop and using his pawns, we don't have to trade the queen. Our king is kind of blocked by black's pawns, so I feel like a lot of times, if the queen stays there, we're not going to take here, we're going to take with the bishop. And then, you know, maybe promote our own pawn in the meantime. I feel good about that. Okay. Should be e6. And then bishop takes e7. Maybe queen takes... No, it should be bishop takes. So just queen takes d5. Queen takes d5 doesn't really work for any reason. What's the knockout if he takes on f5? I was thinking e6 and then we take, and then we just drop our bishop back to defend, and between his king being open and this pawn running. Life seems good. Okay, so this is the final trick. Queen takes doesn't work, which I believe. I believe bishop takes. There's no like sneaky. He absolutely gets repetition. I don't think so. I mean, we also have like queen takes f5. It's really tough to believe that there's for sure repetition if we play bishop takes. So it looks like we're like, if you could get to c2, that's more concerning. But I think sliding back should work. And then the fun thing about the bishop being on f2 is we're actually threatening checkmate, queen d7. So yeah, feels good. Feels good. I do want to see this endgame though. I do want to see this and confirm that I'm correct. Wow, there are 3 moves here. So king c7 does work. King c8 also works. Because you just play queen d7, and I thought this didn't work. Oh, you take c5. Okay, there are a few reasons it doesn't. Just queen e8 as well. Because you don't have bishop e6. Yeah, the knight actually clutch. I know, Infinite. We're working on 4,000. We're working on it. You give me some time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'll do a short on this one. I mean, with there being so many options for black to defend, it just... I don't know. It just makes it seem so clear, like, yeah, you just take the knight and push the pawn. Because pushing the pawn draws to 3 different moves. Oh, endgame though. Take... Just, like, is this difficult to draw? For whites, apparently. Bishop f8, c2. Bishop f8, then bishop a3. Apparently, you want to... Because even in the king f3 line, it's like king f3, d4, bishop f8, c2, bishop a3. Why can't I just, like, play king e2? Yeah, that's very, very strange suggestion by the computer to play bishop f8, bishop a3. I mean, it makes sense. Tater's gonna take. Divinity, man. Subway sandwich. Subway's actually been really hitting for me. Yeah, so he gives up f3 to distract the queen. Then he gives up the pawn to distract the bishop. And it's a drawn game because he will take this pawn. Yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense to play bishop takes, but where's the endgame? Why is there a chessboard on the floor? Why do you not have a chessboard on your floor? It's the better question. Arcade DK, how's it going? This feels like a puzzle. Is the concept just to play bishop b2? Like, why? Queen f2. Yeah, queen f2 moves the bishop. Bishop a3 if king e8. I feel like the trick has to be something with bishop f5 or d8. That could be a pain if you're not careful. Ramen Lord! Hello, good sir. Good morning to you. How is life? You gotta eat meat and eggs. Subway's not too bad. Right? It's not terrible. The way I get it might not be the best, but you know, the cheese is so tasty. Well, no. I'm not bishop f5. I'm thinking queen f2, say like king g7, bishop b2, then bishop f5, take rook d8. Although I guess if you take f5, he even has like rook g3. So it's weird. Subway's terrible no matter how you get it. Bread will kill you. What if I get it with no bread? You don't know me. Bishop f5, king e3. That's true. Maybe a good king e3. No. Rook e1. What do you? Wait, rook e1's a problem. Oh no, then queen takes e1. Haha. X-ray. We were just talking about this. e6 here. e6 is a dumb move. Not that it's not a move, but it's dumb because a lot of this same stuff with king e3 is probably still true after e6. So now you have to wonder what's wrong. No meat or no bread, only meat. Sure. Yeah, that's right, Robin Lord. I remember. Subway has been classified as confectionery in France because the bread is so sugary. No, I mean, Subway's not too bad. I definitely, like, if I'm gonna get a sandwich, typically do prefer something like Jersey Mike's, but, you know, sometimes you just don't want to make food yourself, and Subway's right there. Divinity, have a great night. Glad to see you on the stream. Hope all is going well. King g7. I mean, I assume the move would be king g8 or king e8. Like, let's put it on the light square. I guess king e8. Maybe we can't go bishop a3, because then bishop f5 really is a problem. We can't just well, no, we still could sidestep. Oh no, but then he takes. And we don't have queen f8. Yeah, that's why sidestepping doesn't work. So it'd still be bishop b2. So I'm gonna ask the dumb question. Why doesn't e6? Because that looks winning, but what's wrong with e6? Just for the record. Because bishop takes, why is this not all just the same? Like, he has the same issue with bishop b2. And maybe at some point, if we don't have this pawn, maybe you could just sacrifice and like the material is close enough, it's a draw. Maybe that's what the pawn comes down to. No, that's a good point. Rook d8, bishop d6, queen so... No, because rook g3 is also an issue. If we take on f5, rook g3, also an issue. At least feels like an issue. King e4, king e2. I don't know. I mean, I have to be honest. My biggest hesitancy to playing queen f2 is people get this puzzle wrong. That's my biggest hesitancy. Queen f2, I feels like the clearest first move because you run out of checks so fast. I mean, I guess you do have queen b7, but you know, it feels just so wrong. And then bishop b2, but I guess the trap would be... Okay, yeah, so we need the e5 pawn. The trap is just taking on f5 then? I guess. Of course it's gonna or the trap is between bishop a3 and bishop b2, but feels like bishop b2. Don't fall for bishop a3. Because that's just what they want you to think. Wait, one last question. So bishop b2, check, king e3. What about queen c2 there? Are we just fine? I guess. Yeah. We take, he checks, maybe even king f4. He takes, then he has problems with his king. Yeah. Okay, definitely not any other move. Take, definitely bad. Okay. Not too bad. That's rate 7.5? 2600? What? What are these statistics? Oh, you guys can't see that. You see, this is crazy. 2600? 7%. I guess people just get suckered in by queen takes f5. I don't know what else. Bishop d7 is a terrible move. Yeah. The bliss of ignorance of a bad player because you didn't stress about nothing. That is the thing about doing tactics like this. Like, really, it's a bit like obsessive. Is what I push for. Like, I do push for like the obsessive thinking about everything. Like e6 in a way is a ridiculous move. It is a ridiculous move to think about because you just get all the same things, but you have a pawn on e5. But I try to think about it, at least. Alright, I do want to pull up Battle Tuesday, just in the background. Round 4. Who's playing? Was there an upset? Because I don't see Hikaru or Magnus at the top. Dang, Magnus went down? Oh, okay. 28.97, not bad. Magnus had a good position out of the opening and then blundered. Absolutely nothing. Oh, he got his rook trapped. Nope, he lost the pawn. Okay, he lost the pawn and then just got, yeah, problems. Alright. Dang, he even hit him with a b7 and this guy wasn't phased. Just takes his stuff and wins. Dang. Alright. Okay. What happened to Hikaru? You got no one streaming Title Tuesday? Caden Bach. Wait, Danya and Bordnik aren't streaming? And Bach? What the heck? All three of them surprised me. Because they're usually like every week. Question of having pawns is a good thing. Puzzle rate, I mean, all the stats are kind of funky. And there are ways to hack the system too. Bornik's playing. He lost. Theodore, man, some big upsets round 3. Wait, hold on. Person is titled, right? Like, it's... What? That's weird. Bit of a weird thing. Locke and Bortnick have issues with Proctor, and Danya's probably playing without streaming, as he often does. Rosen is the most chillest guy in the history of humanity. Oh yeah, Hikaru... No, but he's still streaming. I thought he was on vacation, though. I like Rosen. He's cool. I'm not so chill. Got that greasy cheese. Okay, this has got to be... This is a terrible assumption. This has to be easy. There's only so many moves that could exist in this puzzle. So check. What's even the idea? I mean, I would think this, but F6 looks like an easy defense of that idea. Maybe I assume this thing's too fast. I mean, and not to mention Queen F1. And all these checks that look like... look like a pain to calculate. No, that's definitely repetition. Likely repetition. Maybe not definitely, which is a... Queen D4 I like a lot better. Hold on. Queen D4. Still F6 though. F6, we move on with life. F6 just defends everything. I'm gonna preach to you for a second, but hear me out. Only eat meat and eggs, whichever is cheaper, for 2 months, and you'll be very happy with life. Far happier than tasty food. Well, no, so here's the big challenge with that. Food is very much a social thing, right? Like Thursday night is the brewery night here in Charlotte. And I'm definitely going to eat there. Social thing. But that's one night. Like, we were hanging out with people Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and all 3 of them involved some form of eating. Okay. I mean, Queen D4 and then going for something like this is at least a little bit interesting. It's still like... First, you have to calculate all the checks, which is a pain. Second, he's still sort of defending. Oh! No, he's not defending. So Queen D4, F6, we could check and then attack, and he does not defend G7. Still hang out with your friends, just don't eat. Make them change the event. Your health is so much more important. Well, but you also got to remember that mental health is a thing. Like I've already gone through this a bit with like I can't have nightshades, so no tomatoes, potatoes, and peppers. And like I actually went through a period where it was like I would say I was close to being depressed because it was just a huge shift in diet, and a lot of my favorite foods I just like couldn't eat anymore. So I'm not necessarily a fan of big diet changes because food makes me happy. Now, mind you, I don't feel like I eat particularly unhealthily. Like I could be better, but partially because of those restrictions, like I have to already be careful of what I eat and kind of conscious of it, so. No, I mean, I was really sad because I couldn't eat tasty stuff. And like I was really restricted on what I could eat. Extra cheese. You lived on rice and kidney beans for about a year. A little fruit. Was kind of happy. My girlfriend and could run 3 miles in 23 minutes. That sounds... This doesn't sound fun. Meat is very tasty. But a lot of the seasonings for meat in of itself have things I couldn't eat. Right? I like steak. But if I'm eating steak every day, that's all I'm eating, and eggs, and I lose the social side, wow. Meat don't need no seasoning. Meat does need seasoning. Salt in meat can be nice, but only to a point. Tony eats a lot of steak. But I know for him, like, even him who is more in that direction, there's a definite social side. You don't lose the social side. You definitely lose the social side. At least for my life, I definitely would lose the social side, or at least it would take a hit. You don't have to eat with your friends to be friends, but it's still like it's a bit weird. Like, it just doesn't feel the same to go out with friends and then not eat. Blazing Heart eats all the meat. Infinite, meat disgusts you at this point, to be honest. Dang. Wait, are you vegetarian, Infinite? Do you live off of potatoes? So normal, though. I mean, I don't know what friend group you're in, but it's definitely not. Like, not that there aren't friends with different dietary restrictions, but... Sora, what do you mean by when Debretzi's endgame manual wraps up? Ramps up. Like, you just not clicking for you, or too easy, or... Infinite, you only eat potato and cheese. Do you eat extra cheese? Tell your friends to do the same. Ugh, that's wild. I mean, I don't disagree that could leave you feeling good, but it's definitely not the life I live. Cheese is a good source of protein. The food cheese also has a lot of protein. Difficulty seems a little too easy right now. It's suspicious. I mean, some of those endgame puzzles, I don't know if you're also doing the exercises. Like, some of the Rook ones are insane. What's this difference? Alright. I should actually, like, calculate this. So I'm thinking Queen D4, then you check, then you go Queen D7. You just have to calculate the moves. I think the trick is also you can't go Queen C7, probably because at some point he has Queen E5 check. Because in theory you can hide your king on H4 if he checks you. King G3 check here. This pawn is pinned. Okay, it would be pinned from this direction, and your king's totally fine. If he checks you here, here, I don't know what's healthy anymore. Everything is lied about. I mean, I typically do live by the, if I eat it and I feel good after eating it, life is good. If I eat it and I don't feel good after eating it, then like that's what I go about. All right, Shadrick. I mean, I don't disagree that it could be healthy. But I think, at least for me personally, I think you greatly underestimate the awkwardness in the social side. And that's also something I've kind of gone through, because I hit a point, again, with some serious dietary restrictions, and it was very tough at first on that social side. What's your stance on AI music? Man, you want to get into all the AI stuff? I don't know. AI, I think it will lead to some very cool things, but I think it will destroy some industries. Like, it's hard to believe that one day music will not see some very serious. I mean, they're already feeling some consequences, but like even more so, not feel like even more serious consequences. Dang, you can hide your king on h5, right? So, here, check, here, king d7, check, king g3, queen g1, king h4, take here. This is pinned. So no g6. The queen has no checks. The bishop only has this check, but we'll take that. Just haven't gone far enough to the book yet to see the endgame puzzles. It's definitely hard. Sora, did you like go to one of the later puzzles and... Oh, you didn't see the endgame puzzles. Okay. So you've just been like studying through it. Yeah, so that's typically why, for a lot of people, even at lower ratings, why I think Tveretsy's Endgame Manual can be a good suggestion for them, is because you can just read it. And it gives you like a good exposure to a lot of different openings. Or, sorry, endgames. Openings. That would be quite the surprise. Gives you really good exposure to a good variety of things. And then you just skip over the exercises, because the exercises are typically where you really see why it's recommended as a high-level book. Oh my god, I got one wrong! I didn't... What's the idea? Oh, you check... Wait. It's king f7? You check first, and you do all the same... Oh, wait, this doesn't work. You need to go queen a7. Because of bishop f1? And queen takes c3? Fudge. Oh no. Bishop f1 saves it. I didn't even think about queen takes c3. Like, that just... Because queen takes h3. That's why you have to... That's why black needs bishop f1. Oh, that's painful! Oh no. That's sad. Now you have king h2. Right idea, but you play queen d8 first. Yeah, I guess I should have thought about that, because I should have at least clued on to the fact that queen d8 then queen d4 exists, and gone from there as to what the difference is. I don't know why I'm playing this out. Dang it. That's my first, like, full-blown wrong one in a good minute. The puzzle that seemed simple was anything but. And now we have another one that seems simple, but is probably anything but. do a review on it? Maybe. Well, we might come back to it, but that one upsets me, so I don't want to look at it. Stupid puzzle. You grind down from 28 to 25. There you go, Blazing Art. Fight big puzzle. Show them they got nothing on you. Okay, why doesn't take, and just running and taking the pawns work? So take, here, 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 take, here, wait, take, king g5, that's winning, hold on, so take, here. King d4 does make sense. Maybe. I am worried about g5. No, we can catch the pawns. Right? Take, king d4, g5, take. We can also just push our pawn if we want. If he takes, we queen first. Now I'm all sorts of confused. Oh. But f4. F4. Wait. So take, here, f4, he takes. And then you just wait. King here eventually. No, that's the timing doesn't work. The king's too far. We haven't even begun to talk about a4. I guess that's why, or that's probably how he defends against king e3. Take, king e3, king c3, here, 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 and take. We don't go after the pawn, we play f4. Trade, take, and then, yeah, that's a draw. But king d4 feels too simple. Plainly too simple. Yeah. I'm burned on the last one, okay? I'm burned. I got it wrong. So now when something looks suspicious, f4 doesn't work. F4 work at any different time. So say take, king e4, then we take. Or where would he put his king? Is there ever take, king? No, our king's too far. Makes sense. It just seems winning. I'm gonna be really upset if it's a4 though. Feels like either you queen one tempo ahead when they queen, or you're just winning. Yeah. Okay, again, just to establish, if we do it this way, their king's here, take f4, that's definitely drawing. Yeah, a4, b3, 2, 3. I feel like there's gotta be some trap. How else do people get this one wrong? There's always a trap. It would be wild if the it'd just be crazy if the answer was not. Oh, here's the trap. King h5 doesn't work. There it is. There's it. We have to play King g5 first. There's the trap. I feel so much better. Because, yeah, take King f3. King g5 take. If we take, he takes. And if we push, he pushes. So we play King g5 first. So if King f3 we take, and then King g5 is winning. Because we take and cut off. And if it goes King e5, then we can take. There's a trick. So much better. Feels so much better. That's a good one. I like this one. I like this one, actually. Nice little end game. We can do a quick review on this one. Only a 2,000 rated puzzle, supposedly. But 10% pass rate. I mean, I don't know why it's giving me 2,000 rated puzzles at this rating, but, you know, I guess we'll take it. Yeah, pass rate 10%, 11%, 10.9. Kind of crazy. Can that be the catch? Instead of giving the puzzle rating because it's not impressive for the short, we give the pass rate. This endgame puzzle with 650 attempts only has an 11% pass rate. Here, the first part of it seems pretty easy. We make the trade. King d4, cut his king off, and then we go to take pawns. But this is a good reminder, when things feel like they're going your way, don't rush, because king takes h5, the obvious move, is a blunder. After king takes h5, black plays king f3. Now you say, so what? King g5, I got a pawn running, I'm attacking your pawn. But he plays king takes g3, and we're left with a very awkward decision. If we take the pawn on f5, he takes our pawn, draw, and if we push the pawn, well, he's in time now to push his pawn. We're going to queen at the same time, also a draw. So instead of taking h5, we first play king g5. If he goes king f3, we're going to take f5, so no pass pawn for him. King takes king g5. That endgame is winning after we take and push. He goes back, we take, and this is easy. King f6, puzzle finishes. After king h6, we're up a pawn. He has to move. King will move. Easy one. Endgames are just harder for people. Endgame puzzles hit a little different. Well, it's just watching out for the trick, right? Because once you feel like you got this right, it's so easy just to continue and play king takes h5. Explain why king e3 doesn't win. That's way too much explanation. Focus the review. Although, yeah, that's kind of funny, I guess. King f3 just doesn't matter. You really see it in that line, actually. Thinking about king e3, you could pick up on the fact that you do want to take f5 instead. I'll explain for your benefit. Well, he plays f4 instead, right? You go king e3, boom, 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 bada bing. Here, take f4, take, king takes, king f5. When you go king f6, he just doesn't have time to get to f4. Because, yeah, if he plays it with king on g6, f4, you just... Wait, sorry. Where's the king? No, he wasn't even here yet. So he's back here. So f4 is just free. And by the time he hits here, you're either taking here, and then you're cutting him off in time. Or your king's on g5. Yummy arrows. Exactly. Yeah, why is this not knight b5? Good point, Blazing Heart. Knight c5. The response. Knight b5, he fires back. Quick Title Tuesday check. Anything crazy going on? I mean, Duda lost. You know, a lot of the top players losing. Magnus Carlsen won the rest of his game, so nothing too crazy. Although, where's Hikaru? Or is this a lie? Does it say Hikaru streaming, but this is just... Okay, I got a little trolled here. A little trolled. Yeah, he's in Japan. Yeah, so I did see that and knew he wouldn't be streaming. But because Title Tuesday is like GM Hikaru streaming, I believed them. Which apparently was my mistake. It's just programmed. He plays so often. What's the... It's actually... We're down a pawn. Okay, that's good to know. So, extra cheese here. But take, I feel like he just plays bishop takes. It's kind of the easiest. And he's up the exchange and threatening our queen, and no good place to move our queen. Interesting. There's also this idea of take and then like rook takes. That's tempting. Yeah. Jay Blazing Heart, yeah. I didn't see that second message. But you're already thinking about it. Looks good. The queen goes back. Just queen a4. Hit the bishop. Threaten a discovery. It looks very, very dangerous for black. As well as you also have like bishop f4 as well. He moves the bishop. Say he moves bishop c5. Okay, yeah, that just loses. Excuse me. Maybe bishop e4. So there's no discovery to win the bishop. Then bishop f4, like that just looks crushing. Okay, so what else? If he just moves the knight, we take the queen. So no tactics there. If he takes, take, we just check and take. If I were to do exercises, how long would it take me as a totally 2200? I mean, you could try it. Like, you should still do a couple of exercises just to see how it goes. I mean, I don't know if all the puzzles are the same difficulty, but I want to say like 20 minutes at least. But I'm thinking of like some of the rook ones, because some of the rook ones are so subtle. They're just pain. Yeah, also some knight b5 ideas. Looks so good. Pretty clear cut. And the queen can't go anywhere but b8. All the other squares are covered. Is there any... There's no trick after rook takes. And move the knight, Daniel, that's a problem. Bishop h2, that's guarded. Alright, very nice. Blazing Heart, very good. I think you you beat me to that one. This is just, looks like this is just a new puzzle. Pass rate, 61%. Puzzle rating, 3,400. Yeah, weird puzzle. Maybe you should have done a review on that one. That's not too bad. I mean, it's not too complicated, but sometimes it's not bad for those videos. This one looks like a pain, though. I talked about this earlier, but the get out of check puzzles are not my favorite. Although, Rook F6, right? Rook F6, King H6 would make sense. Yeah. All right. Let me go back. Let me pull this up. Let's do it. Let's do it. That's a decent one. Can we play it up? This 3,400 puzzle. Okay. In this 34, I feel almost bad calling it a 34. But we'll still do it. In this 3,400 level puzzle, the big trick is actually what not to play. The most tempting move, as you're thinking about tactics, probably at first will be knight b5. Threaten the queen, threaten the bishop. We like forks. And, of course, the pawn is pinned because of rook takes c7. But, after knight b5, black launches back with knight c5. Leaves their queen totally able to be taken, but hitting our queen. This also interrupts the pin, so now we're threatening to take the knight. So knight b5, knight c5 is a problem. We need to find another answer. You might notice this pawn is looking a bit tender. Knight's protecting, so what do? We first remove the defender. Rook takes e7, bishop takes, rook takes c6. Better attack the queen instead of attacking the other pieces with the knight. And here, if he avoids it, queen e4, hit the bishop, open up some discovery ideas. White's position is going to be just dominating. So in this puzzle, plays queen takes, knight takes. If he takes, queen e4, king d6, trying to protect the bishop, fails, the bishop f4. White will be winning. King open and up material. So the puzzle finishes here. King h6, or yeah, rook h7. No, I'm saying after rook f6. After rook f6, of course. Rook f6, queen e5, or queen takes, and then king h6. Because, I mean, we're not ever checkmating if we lose this rook, right? Like, king f4. I know he probably even checks us here first. Check, check, and then takes. And completely guarded. So if this is checkmate, it won. This is just bad. It feels like it has to be rook f6. This is just bad, right? Just a double check here. Definitely feels bad after king e3 because he can't block because of check. He can't go here because that's how queen moves. If he goes here, check. He can't go here because of queen e7. It's checkmate. He can't block because of rook e7. Yeah, and with the queen there, we take. Defending, so it has to be rook f6. With the threat of queen d1, queen f1, I guess. Process of elimination was strong. Now we just take the bishop? We could try to play king h6 first. We could try to play king h6 first. Don't know if that makes any sense. Because then we're blocking the check from d2 with the pawn, which feels a bit ugly. And we're letting the rook free. What actually happens? So if we take, he has a few different checks. He checks us from this direction. Just go here. He checks us here. We block. The endgame's winning for us if he trades. They go e5. I was thinking we just play queen f5. The endgame, I would think, should be winning for us. And if he goes queen g3, queen g4, we force the endgame. Yeah. King h6, rook g8, queen takes. Yeah, well, I mean, at the same time, though, king h6, rook g8, king h7, it's a bit scary. He already can just move the rook, and we can't take because queen e7. I actually really like rook g8. Yeah, rook g8. Okay, there's not really. D2 he takes with check. That makes no sense. Oh, queen takes h3. He checks there. Okay, so in fairness, I did not think about that. Thinking about this check. I guess the idea is king g4, now he takes here. Rook f4, he takes here. It's not the end of the world. Maybe drawing. Take. King's very open. And endgames are starting to not be winning because this king can catch the pawn if it's his move. I want to play king f5, but blocking the rook may just give him a move. You just move, which is lame. Yeah, f5. It does suck to not have like a threat. I don't think he can create much in the way of threats either. Like, he gets his rook out, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah, f5 does seem logical. Because it's not like anything really changes after here. At least in a positive way. Sergey, thank you for the follow. Many much appreciations. Sharkz didn't even phase it a little bit. I'm locked in. Okay, yeah. This one I think we can be somewhat confident in queen takes f1. It's a weird one. One I mean, you're just kind of solving by process of elimination. Almost more than anything. Like a lot of like the last puzzle, rook takes e7. It's like, no, this looks good. This is almost more. Well, it doesn't look bad. Same here. Like king f5. I mean, Not like this looks like an exceptional move. It just doesn't look bad. So it works. You're telling me... What? What is this? Surely it's rook takes. This just feels like we're playing a game right now. I'm so confused. I go by feelings. One move made me feel psychopath. The other made me seem scared. I chose fear. I didn't sign up to be playing chess. It's strange. I mean, bishop takes, technically, you keep this pawn protected? But bishop takes, I mean, we're down a piece. Or 2 pawns. Like, we have to get some counterplay going. Oh, if that pawn matters, I'm gonna be upset. Me too, actually. I mean, if he can get away with taking it. But what's our counterplay? Like, say he does take. So take... I mean, in general, what are we... Are we just slow playing? I'm so confused. Our king! How's it going? Alright. Do a quick check on Title Tuesday. Oh, Fedasev's crushing it. Very nice. Beat Shant. Magnus won, so he's up there. Okay. We'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the restroom. Ponder my life with this puzzle. Very weird. I play against viewers Thursday. Usually Thursday. Right, chill. I'm gonna put this on, but I think I'm just gonna play rook takes f8. It's a bit weird to me. It's a bit weird because I don't know what the follow-up is. Like, he plays queen g3 and oh, but that's the same with like bishop takes f8. That doesn't change. So I'm assuming a bit that we just have good counterplay. Probably through 93. Somewhere, if he takes a5, we get 93 and have rook f1 ideas, as well as we're trapping that bishop. If he plays queen g3, this is so weird. I mean, I think 93. 93, he takes. And the idea somewhere is like rook f2. Yeah. I guess the only other idea would be knight f2 and try to get this, but that I don't even think that works. Knight f2, take here, push, bishop e3 is a problem. Yeah, I don't hate that either, like playing h5. This is weird. No, I was wrong. This looks so good though. I mean, in compare. Oh, you do just play h5. Wait, when does the puzzle end? He defends with queen g4. This battle was against the... I mean, I'd still be surprised. Like, queen b4 here, it looks winning. It does look winning. I guess he just defends ever so calmly. He can't cover... he's very, man, that's a really annoying puzzle. Yeah, I mean, I guess I should have spent more time, but when does it end? Oh, sorry, it was take. I am actually speechless. There's something weird going on here. Like this, it should not be it looks like it's a new puzzle. And yeah, I honestly is weird. I think it just got grabbed because every move happens to be like a clearly best move. It's weird. I mean, I see how it's all kind of working out, but super strange. It's a good continuation, but it really doesn't feel like a puzzle. It does feel like a game of chess. Okay. Why is this not queen f5, queen f2? Queen h1 defends? No. Check. That check. Well, I guess queen f2, rook h1. Because then, yeah, against this he does have rook c3. Getting into a little weird territory here, because I mean, after rook h1, h6 itself looks winning. Just a simple h6. You know, you can't move this rook because then rook a3. Oh, he could play rook f1, rook a3, knight f3, then defends. Okay, so it's not that simple. I was just kind of assuming it wasn't this because of, or sorry, queen f4. Why was I assuming it wasn't queen f4? Didn't feel as threatening. Maybe it's just wrong. Because he does have rook c2. That was a big part. I just wanted to stop rook c2. Why not h6 now? Probably rook c5. But I guess in that line, at least, rook c2, maybe take, then h6. No, he has e4. Wait, this does spark another idea for me, though. Queen f5, g4, queen f2, rook h1, rook a3, rook c3, take, rook e1. Rook e3 looks like a serious problem. Right. And what about if he plays knight f3, rook e3, queen c8, king g7? This is covered now, so he doesn't even have the second check. I mean, I like that. That looks very good. I'm in a weird place though, because some of these puzzles have just been funny. Funny in some good ways, funny in some weird ways, bad ways. I really don't see it there. Rook e8 looks super strong. After queen f2, does he have any other defense? He can't guard here because of g2. This also blocks g2. Anything on the second rank is just losing it. Seems pretty clear cut. He has to play rook h1. And then we play this first, which distracts the queen from e8. And then we win. That move got me. That move got me because queen g3 was so unexpected. I was like, ah, no. Okay, that's not bad. It's not bad. I'm gonna do a quick review on this one. Okay. In this puzzle, Black finds themselves down a piece for 2 pawns. But White's king, it's a bit weak. We start first with Queen F5, check, forcing move, has to play G4. Now we have to decide between Queen F4 and Queen F2. Now Queen F4 opens up an extra defensive option for White, playing Rook C2. So instead, we go Queen F2. Keep good control of this second rank. Now, he has a few defensive moves, but a lot of them either fail. For example, Queen H1 to Rook A3, or if he tries to guard H2 through the Queen here, or Knight here to Queen G2. Only move to keep G2 protected, avoid Rook A3, and guard H2 is Rook H1. Here, we play Rook A3 anyways. Our goal, we actually want to trade rooks and get the queen off of E8. So now we can bring our only piece that's been doing nothing into the game. Rook E8 with the threat of Rook E3 is just too darn strong. And White, well, has nothing better to do than give up the queen. And that is the end of the puzzle. Oh, good lord. So I'm already starting to notice Queen takes F2 is a very serious consideration. Extra cheese. The move was Queen F5. So Queen F5, Queen F2. Basically that whole line, Rook H1, Rook A3. You just take the rook on C3 after he defends and play Rook E8. Okay, so the debate here is between, what, Queen takes F2 and Queen G3? Because Queen G3, it's completely done. You can just take here. So, Queen takes F2, but then he checks. Wait, hold on. But we just move. We can just move. Okay, King G5. The queen is pinned. He takes, we take, he takes, we checkmate. So Knight F4. But then King G5, Knight E6, King F6. And we're fine. There is this funny idea. He could play Knight F4, Knight H5? That change anything? Oh, that actually doesn't. We play take. He takes. And we take, and it's still, everything's just the problem. Why not Queen D8? I didn't even think of that move. But I will say Queen D8, Knight F4 puts you in a bit of an awkward situation. Because you either go here and get forked, or you go King F6 and I can check, also blocking the pin. So Queen takes F2. Queen takes, just one more time. My patience probably should be a little bit better, but yeah, admittedly, probably have just like a little bit of tilt from the last puzzle I got wrong. H5, Queen D8, it's just so dumb. A dumb puzzle. Oh, what happened here, by the way? Thea on fire, 8 out of 8. Going into the break, we'll be playing Magnus next round, I would assume. Oh, Bortnik's back up there too. Okay. And here they go. Magnus Fedosseyev, Bortnik versus Duda. Okay, so take. It's only these two checks. I assume it has to be this one. Wait. Yeah. Although, I don't know why. What's the problem between King G5 and King F6? I almost feel like that can't be the move because both look winning. And same thing here. Both King G5 and King F6 both look winning. Okay, apparently both are not winning. We sent it. But why is one of them not winning? I lean towards King F6 because King G5, Knight H5, that whole line. I don't know, even that's a little questionable, actually. Because Knight G3 could be a move. If he takes, it's pinned. Wait, Knight G3. Heck. What the? Nope, that's wild. Okay, wait, King G5, so Knight H5. Actually, we can't take. So I was thinking we could take, and everything's still panned out, but he does have G4. He does have G4. But then what's wrong with Knight G3? He takes with the knight, pretty done. Could it just be like a positional thing? That would be gross. But Knight G3 take, we take, and he just takes the knight. He just takes the knight, and it's solid enough that the rook and bishop is actually holding. That'd be upsetting. So just one last check. So King G5, Knight H5, Knight G3, take. I mean, that's definitely not as good as King F6. So King F6, he takes, nothing changes. He doesn't take with check, Knight G3, all the same problems. If he goes back Knight D5, then we go King G5. Yeah, seems pretty clear cut. Okay, I mean, it should not play this. This is actually... Because in theory, I can go king... Like, King G6 is winning. That's only a second repetition. Yeah, that's a bit of a flaw. That's just the 100% flaw there in the puzzle, because King G6 wins. King F7 also wins, but I guess anyway it's repetition. Knight E7, King F6. Yeah. That's oh man. White had G takes F3. No, king e5, rook e1. Oh, it does win. King d6. Literally any move wins. You cannot lose this position. It should have done knight h5. Like, this should be the puzzle answer. And then maybe take here. Or you play knight h5, you force capture. And king g5. So I was correct. This is the line. Still very good for black, but not mating. Not mating. Yeah, g4 is wild. That would be a really painful way to lose this game, is g4. That would be a pain. I can't wait for the review. Can I? It'd be a troll to pause the puzzle after king f6 and, hey, black has 5 king moves. Can you see the winning one? Correct. King g5. Mates in 2. It's a troll. Can you see the winning king move? Yes. You, in fact, cannot find a losing king move. Wait, okay, no, king e6. King e6? Just to confirm. Does king e6 throw it away? King e6 is the one blunder because you pin the knight. So there is a way. You can lose this position still. It is possible. Yeah, but the g4 line is nice. G4 line is quite nice. All right, here. All right, in this position, no, in this puzzle. In this puzzle, black finds themselves down a rook attacking. Now you might be attracted to queen takes h3, and after queen takes h3, pawn takes, rook takes, king g2. There's no good follow-up. Here you may also look at queen d8, but after knight f4, there's no good place to put your king. King g5 gets you forked, king f6, knight h5 with a check blocks the pin. So here we have a really nasty idea in queen takes f2. Now if rook takes f2, easy. Checkmate, knight g3, game over, move on. If queen takes h8, still knight g3, nothing has changed. But white tries to confuse the task, knight f4. Now here we have 2 moves, king g5 and king f6. King g5 to me was really tempting because we avoid the checks a bit more. No knight h5, no knight d5, okay, knight e6, but then we just play king f6. But white has a really nasty trick. He plays knight h5. It's not a check, but after rook takes h5, we actually want our king to be farther away because now he plays queen takes h5, check, king takes, and g4, giving his king space, allowing for him to play rook takes f2. So instead, we go king f6, now knight h5, we simply take. If he takes back, we still have our knight g3 checkmate. And after knight d5, well, can you see the winning king move? King g5. The easiest. King g5, and now white cannot avoid checkmate next move between knight g3, or if you move this queen somewhere, taking a checkmate. He gives in at this point. Rook takes f2, and knight g3, a nasty way to end this game down. A queen and a rook, but queen and rooks don't win games. Checkmate wins games. Lenora, how's it going? Yeah, moves like g4. So I actually had a game kind of like that, really sadly, where I got hit with something like g4. It was a tournament I played in Dallas, and I want to say it was one of the early rounds. I was playing against this IM, and I had this with a friend of mine. He had showed me this really nasty line where you sacrifice a knight and then you just get a ton of counterplay. And so I went down this line. He played it. My opponent played it a little bit differently, so I had to make adjustments. Like I sacked the knight and I sacked, I think, another piece, but like I win the exchange, and on track to be like the greatest game of chess I've ever played. And then I missed basically a G4 moment. And instead, I was winning. I had to give up the rook. So amongst all my sacrificing, I had to bring my rook into the game, potentially allowing him to take it. And yeah, I missed the moment. And instead, he was able to sacrifice the knight, defend his king. I just missed he could give up the knight for this. And I ended up losing the game. So those moments definitely do exist. And it hurts me. Like, I would have rather checked that game after and realized like I was never winning and like my entire game was stupid. Like I would have rather, instead of looking at it and knowing like I was one last sacrifice idea from winning. So this puzzle's kind of strange because, I mean, we're down 2 pawns. Amongst everything, that doesn't feel like a big deal, you know? Like, only 2 pawns? Like, sign me up. But what are we trying to do here? Okay, this is your favorite puzzle. Whoa. I feel like we've sacrificed a lot of things here. It's my first. Something with bishop a3? It's not rated, so I want to be lazy and just guess, but I guess it's a 2300 puzzle, so. Oh, okay, so bishop a3, if he goes here, maybe we have rook takes c4. No, but he just takes. Just double check that we can't just play here. That would be a funny troll, is you have this puzzle with all these possibilities. My favorite puzzle, the combination is so crazy. And it's just bishop takes g6. I guess our queen would have something to say about that, though. Okay, I'm still liking this. And thinking after take, I want to be a crazy guy. But I don't know, maybe that's too crazy. I wanted to sack the queen and then distract and then like just win. $2,300 puzzle? Okay, wait. Let's do a quick Title Tuesday check. Magnus beat Fedoseev and Bortnik beat Duda. Bortnik's gotten a couple of games off Magnus in the freestyle event, but his position's looking not so good here. Those bishops. But Magnus gave up the bishop! Hold on. Yeah, that puzzle feels very underrated. 2,300 feels wild. Wait, okay, hold on. We'll get to that puzzle. We'll get to that puzzle. I think I also just like need a breather. 'Cause I can tell I'm hitting the point where I just want to guess puzzles. I don't want to calculate it. I mean, rook takes c4. I was gonna say does make sense. Brilliance. Wow. And then after bishop takes, rook takes, it's gonna give him a third brilliant. How fast did he play that? Ooh. 3 brilliants. 3 brilliants. Dang, I wanted rook takes f6 to be a brilliant, but the queen is not technically hanging. You know there's gonna be this is gonna be in the chess.com news article. That's actually super nasty. Rechesser, thank you so much for the follow. I'm like collecting a lot of just like cool positions now on my phone. That's a good one. Want to play? No, I definitely do not want to play 10-second chess. Do not want to play 10-second chess here or there. I do not want to play 10-second chess anywhere. I'm coming around to playing more 30-second chess. Oh, Arcade DK, you've been cooking up in Bullet? 3,000? Nice. Okay. Truth or dare, does this change your opinion to play 10 seconds? It does not. That is a truth, by the way. That is a truth. It does not change my opinion. Thank you for the redeem. No. It was a truth. It was a truth. Your wording was terrible. Don't worry, I probably will refund the points, but that's just. I'm really obsessed with this idea, by the way. I want it to be the answer so badly. And you just don't have a follow-up after King C3 that I can see. I dare you to like 10-second chess. Wouldn't that be the scientific discovery? You just redeem truth or dare and dare someone to like something and boom, personality switch. You want to play 10-second chess in a house or with a mouse? With a mouse is better than in a house. Although in a house is still good. Chess or book puzzles. Yeah, that's the one downside to chess.com puzzles is there's definitely some just funky outliers. Overall, I still think it's good. You know, and as when I think of like some of the resources 15 years ago when I was really, you know, starting into puzzles. Okay. Goodness. I was really starting into puzzles was longer than 15 years ago. Like it's still better than what it was. An incredible resource, but yeah, I mean every now and then just get those painful puzzles. I shouldn't obsess. I should not obsess over trying to sack my queen. I should just buckle down and think of other forcing moves. Wait, Steven, are you on that train of playing 10-second with the 0.1 increment? A gamified gamifies the experience. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, you just like the 10-second flat. Okay. You got this during a puzzle rush? That is brutal. I mean, I assume it's a good puzzle. It definitely caught my interest. Okay, for the record, there is no way we don't die. I mean, we could try to run after King G7, but it feels really wild to not be checking. So that kind of leaves us with these three moves. This is the one I'm really interested in because it seems to work in every line. This is the one line I can't figure out. This king takes b3. Which is why I desperately want the sacrifice to work, but you know, what can you do? Gonna sit on 3,000 for a long time. That's tough. Okay. You know, have two accounts. Have it be approved if you can. But the thing that actually really helped me breaking rating barriers, and this was back when I was really playing on Lichess, but I actually did have two accounts. And anytime I made a new rating barrier, I'd actually switch to playing on the other account. Now, in some ways this looks like, wow, like you shouldn't do that, like you should play on that account, and you know, it's not a cop out, but like there's so much psychology, and man, I don't want to lose this rating. But I didn't want to sit, because I feel like when you sit, like it's so easy to just go in rusty, and like of course you lose it. So it's kind of a nice compromise to be like, okay, I have the rating, I'm not here, I'm not worrying about any psychological, like I'm just here to play chess. Now probably better to just not worry about rating, but it's hard to do. that was my compromise. It's just switch accounts. Oh. It's close. It's close. There's another idea with like bishop c2 and queen takes f3. But maybe not. You can just block rook d3. No, unless... Ah! Shoot! It's like close to something again. I feel... because you could promote to a knight first somewhere, which distracts the rook, but assuming he takes on c2 with the queen, I think that's just the wrong. There's too much there. You could play king takes c2 as well. There's a whole nother thing to figure out. It just doesn't make sense. Does not make sense. Waiting for 3,000 bullet is really frustrating on a new account because you can't play anyone high rated. You gain rating in Carl style, or you lose a lot. Yeah. No, it's definitely difficult to farm people, you know, lower rated. What was the final round? Magnus versus Serrana. Magnus, worst case scenario. Oh, no. Fedoseev is 9 out of 10. And Jumbayev is 8.5. Wow, Bortnik just destroyed Shant. What the heck? 19 moves? Oh my goodness. Oh, he just... Okay, so it was going well for Bortnik, but then he just kind of had a moment with E5. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that puzzle is tricky. I feel a bit that I'm getting lost in the weeds looking at lines. Maybe I shouldn't be. I haven't even really thought about Bishop C3, like a little bit, but I want I want Bishop A3. Those lines look so fun. I want them to work. I can't tell you how many times I've recalculated Queen takes B6. Because I'm just like, I'm missing one thing that's going to make it be glorious. Magnus in trouble, by the way. Not positionally, but he's down super low on the clock. 6 seconds. But I guess it's hard for Serrana to do anything. What about Bishop C1 just to free the knight? Then Rook B1. Not start. Yeah, King G2 to start makes sense. And then you just try to untangle. Wait, how did I... No, he's still thinking. You have kind of the right idea. Okay, so I'm not completely insane. Oh, Magnus says no! Which is smart, because if Fedoseev wins... Well, either way, someone is guaranteed to have 9.5. Quick check on the other board. Oh, Fedoseev did win. So Magnus, to tie for first, needs to win. He might not be aware of that, but... I mean, he should be aware of the fact that Fedoseev... He probably pulls it up. It's super easy to pull up standings. Have him up mid-game. Okay, the time is balanced out. Still completely equal. No offense, how's it going? Yeah, this is a late title Tuesday. This final round. Fedoseev won and is currently sitting at 10 points. Magnus finds himself in a tricky rook endgame. Serrana finds King G2. Wow, that's a... The king... I think the king on G2 is... That's actually really confusing. I have to... It was winning with the king on H3. Magnus gave him a chance to bring the king back to G2. And then it was losing. Or sorry, it was drawing. And then he put the king on G3 and it was losing. So what's the big difference? So he pushes. Okay. Oh, he's very quick. Wait. It's just timing. Wow, this actually would have been dangerous for Magnus. So with the king on the third rank, the checks or just rook G1 reign supreme, but you cover it, it's a problem. So he could have just ran the G pawn. And it's worth noting that rook D8 loses because the king's too far away. So he played king G3, but it was too slow. Man, in retrospect, it makes king G3 seem really silly, but yeah, he blundered there. He blundered. So Magnus won. So standings currently, Magnus is sitting... I don't know. Is he really going to win on tiebreaks, though? That's actually wild. Because he lost in the third round, so I would have expected his tiebreaks to be worse. That's actually... I'm torn on that, because Magnus beat Fedoseev, so you feel like he should win on tiebreaks. But, I mean, I don't know. It kind of feels like Fedoseev should win on tiebreaks. Your Dogmas won the early title Tuesday. Lost to Faruja, but Magnus lost in the third round. In the early one, too. Oh, he flagged. Okay. Only active games. Okay, it should be done, and looks like Magnus wins. Beating Fedoseev makes Fedoseev's tiebreaks worse because he lost to someone who lost in the third round. Yeah, he lost to Eric Zhao, which will be a huge result for him. You didn't know you could play both? Yeah, lots of people play early and late. Why didn't you play? So I explain this every week. Kind of put simply, I am taking a break from it for a few months until chess.com kind of figures out Proctor as they're rolling it out a lot. I've heard both issues with it that are just frustrating, as well as it gives them a very high security access, which probably won't be an issue, but technically could be a security issue. So just want to let other people use it, let chess.com improve it, and then get back into it. Because, you know, I play in these tournaments for the fun. Hopefully one day we'll win a prize here, but I've never won a prize. I've gotten close, but never won a prize. So I play in Title Tuesday, I play in Freestyle Friday for the fun, and it's just, you know, when it's kind of a pain. All right, I'm going for it. Bishop A3. I am confident this is the first move. Now, from here, I'm not so confident. Yeah, Proctor. I mean, the biggest thing for me was the potential security issue because I stream on a computer that's not mine. Now, we probably could buckle down and I could have Tony completely clear out any personal information, but it does feel a bit weird to put like the security risk on him since any information would be his. But yeah, I've also just heard a lot of people frustrated with it. Ash, how's it going? No, the duck and the goose. Wait, the duck, wait. The goose and the duck and the goose and the duck and this is that and this is shared and who's that, and it sounds very confusing. This puzzle is, wow, 2300 rated, by the way. So, you know, easy, but just giving everybody time. Giving everybody time to solve it. I know. So knight c5. But what's the points? Because so I've looked at two very fancy ideas. Knight c5, bishop c2 to try and get queen takes f3, or queen takes then knight c5 to just checkmate white. But so far, no success. Speed chess, how's it going? Lonely Knight, hello by the way. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we can also distract this. Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh, mother of goodness gracious! Wait a second. Hold on. Uh... Oh, that's so close. Come on, that has to be it. We promote queen takes b6, knight d4. I'm gonna be really upset if this isn't the answer. Knight here, distract the rook. Queen takes, bishop takes. Then we check. The whole idea is we want the bishop here, so after the check we have bishop b4. But the one question... Oh, if he doesn't take the knight, then we have rook takes c4 and king takes rook c8. Zlatan. Everyone likes a good peekaboo. And then here I thought knight takes f3. We just take. That's freaking nasty. That's actually gross. This is so gross. Actually, that. Oh man. That's actually disgusting. Gonna save that. This is what my phone is getting full of chess positions. This was an actual. Oh wait, we should see that in analysis. Ni Hua Li Kuang Lim. Wait, will it take me? No. Oh. Ah. Game details in the Asian continental. Wait, white won? Wait. 2012 Asian continental. Oh no. He missed it. Wait. What's the... Is there somewhere that shows the time situation? Oh my gosh. Oh, he was down... Okay. He was down to 3 minutes at the end. He played h5 first, but... Now it doesn't work because the king runs. So you need... Yeah, man. You need the queen on h2 for all that to work. Oh, that's gut-wrenching. That's a heartbreaker there. Okay, I want... This is just like a cool... This is a little cool memory. I'm gonna add it. You know, we're just collecting the chess. Oh. What a wild game. Sad it's not. Sad it's not like updating. Missed combination of a lifetime. Yeah, for reals. So the puzzle's 2362. How does that even happen? How does that happen? I wanted to see the pass rate and everything, but I guess not. Yeah, I can't see it. Oh, sorry. Night. Remove the practice out of the link. Pass rate 10%, 10. You're telling me 1,000, no, sorry, 1,300 people got this right. You're telling me 1,300 people got this puzzle. what an article was referring to as the missed combination of a lifetime. People are hacking the system. That's what I think that is. People are hacking the system. They're using, as Steven calls it, the hint glitch. Okay, I'm actually gonna refresh. I want an honest amount of time on this. They sit and think for hours. People don't though. I mean, at least I don't know those people, Amaryl. Like, I don't know those people that spend that time on those puzzles. Like, you're telling me there are 1,000, like, I keep saying, keep going to say 1,300 when that's just known as 1,300. You're telling me 1,300 people are willing to sit there long enough to find a combination that a 2,700 rated player did not find. I mean, Bishop A3 probably the realest move to play, but I mean, at some point playing queen takes b6 and playing a1 promotion first is pretty wild. It's actually one guy who did this puzzle 1,300 times. Arcade DK's over there just like, my favorite puzzle. Wake up in the morning, do my favorite puzzle. Wake up in the morning, do my favorite puzzle again. For 4 years, he's been waking up every morning and doing his favorite puzzle. He could put that puzzle on a mug. He's ready. Put that puzzle on the back of his shirt. He's ready. And they don't feel the time pressure and also sense the puzzle they didn't know there's a solution. Well, it's the 2,700. Has no idea what's the objective of eval. Okay, but put this in perspective, Amaryl. It's a 2,300 rated puzzle. Now, from my experience, 2,300, I think at highest, if that's your puzzle rating, just from the people I've talked to, like your rapid is 1,500. Wukong Liem's rapids like 26, 2,700. The Woodpecker method, but with one puzzle. Yeah, you know someone with rapid of 700 and 2,500 puzzle rate. Yeah, like this. Not to say that there aren't some people that do that, because I do believe it. Like I do believe there are people out there that just love puzzles, that put the time and effort, that just like they live and breathe for those moments. Emerald, you're 1,700, 2,800, exactly. Like, you know, 2,300. No offense, your 2,300 puzzles, 1,600 rapid. Okay, no offense, you can definitely get your puzzles up, for sure. Unless you run into puzzles like that, then like, just good luck. Just good luck. If that's all you're getting at 2,300, many love to you. Uzelle Q, who rated earlier, is 400 and 1,800 at puzzles. She had a bad coach teaching her openings. Free coaches. You get okay. So okay, I'm gonna rant a little bit, just for a moment on this extra cheese, because this is actually one of the things that really annoys me, but I know is reality when it comes to coaching. It's so easy to teach fluff. It is so easy to teach fluff, and I think there are a lot of coaches that do this. Because good chess learning, a lot of times is not pretty. It's not the most exciting. You know, sitting here looking at one puzzle for 20, 30 minutes, it's not flashy. I mean, you get a fun puzzle, and maybe that makes it flashy, but it's nitty-gritty work. And a lot of openings in particular, are a huge amount of fluff for lower rated players. Like, it is crazy Openings are an insane amount of the fluff at earlier ratings. It does not matter. Like, Magnus Carlsen is showing it. Any strong player could show that. They could play whatever they want. Like, you had the one GM that played the cow against Anna Kremling. The cow, a known bad opening. You had Tyler 1, who grinded to like 1900 rapid playing the cow over and over again. Openings have something you enjoy, sure, have a little bit of a basis, but they do not matter until you are higher rated. I promise you, the games will be decided in the middle game. Do the nitty-gritty work, improve, and it will happen. I promise. But yeah, the amount of fluff. Ugh. Probably, but I find chess.com puzzles not very useful compared to the ones in books. What do you think? I think they're fine. Like, I think they're fine. Honestly, books, like a good puzzle book, is gonna be better. It is. It really is. Because you have someone that's going through, like, sifting through these puzzles, really putting in the work. It's gonna be better. But puzzles on chess.com, I think, are good enough that, you know, I don't hate it. You get an annoying one here and there, like that one we just saw, 2300. Like, it's a good puzzle. It should definitely be. It should be a higher rated puzzle for sure. You get a few annoying ones, but overall, it's good. You're willing to put the work in. S tier, yeah, Jacob Agard's Calculation is a very good puzzle book. Treat the opening as a mid game, kind of, yeah. Knight h4, rook b7, take queen f5, king h8, knight g6. H4 feels funny. Not that I disagree, but that's exactly what he told her. You could play any opening because nobody is good enough to refute it. If you don't understand why you're playing the moves, then you're a parrot pretending to speak. Very, very true. Wanted to ask me yesterday about coaching. Do you take new students in the near future? So I have a very busy summer schedule coming up. I'm actually going to be out of town starting Friday. I'll probably still stream, but I'll be in Seattle. And then I come back for like 2 days, and then I'm going out of town again. And I'll have a few weeks in May, and then I'm gone most of June. So right now, no. But once the summer stuff is all done, probably. Would be better, a tactics book on, say, chessable, or a physical book, would you say? I mean, if you really, like, top level working on puzzles is have a good book, you know, get that S tier puzzle book, set it up on a chessboard in front of your face, write down your moves and your variations, and then compare it with the solution. That to me is like, you're really working on your calculation. So you can, it doesn't matter if it's chessable or a physical book, because at the end of the day, I think you should set it up on a chessboard. If you want it to be a little easier, you want better access to it than chessable, I mean, I think you'll have access anywhere. We typically all have our phones on us. So from that perspective, that might be better. The woodpecker method, I need to look at that at some point myself. I've heard good things. I don't hate the methodology, but I think of it as a pattern recognition thing. Because I think when it comes to tactics, there's two parts. There's the actual calculation, the ability to think ahead, and then there's the pattern recognition that you can kind of slot in there. But woodpecker, I think more as like pattern recognition. Work on myself until then fairly easily. What can I do to ask you officially? You can reach out on chess.com, actually. Here's a pretty good place to reach out. Message me. Is the informant considered high level? I don't know as much about the informant. I want to say the bits I've seen, it's good, but I honestly don't know. Extra cheese, 2 words. It's a pattern, but not for the first month that you do the puzzles for the first time, right? So if they're difficult enough, I think it's worth trying. Yeah. No, I mean, it's interesting to me, and I do think there's benefit. For sure. Okay, so knight h4. Someone else suggested knight h4 too. Come on, mouse. Sometimes if the mouse sits for too long, I don't know why, but it like kills how fast it can move around. Something about the Logitech program and just works a bit weird on this computer. I think because the computer's running so much that it will put certain processes to sleep, basically. Okay, so someone else suggested knight h4 under the guise of rook b7. So we're saying there's no other defense. Like bishop e6, what's wrong? Why can't he just play bishop e6? I don't understand. Oh my gosh! RKDK answer. Okay. Okay, you might have me on board with queen takes f7. Oh my gosh. Wait, that's what you should be doing anyways. Rook b7, queen takes f7. That's the idea. Hold on. That's a good idea. You know what? That's a good idea. That makes... I'm fully on... The thing, I mean, with knight h4 was just, yeah, RK, the first suggestion was something about, like, queen f5. I'm like, I mean, it looks good, I guess. But queen takes f7 is a damn statement. The damn statement. It's crazy. Because in theory, that just means it's winning. Because you can only ever guard, you know, without some sort of discovery, you can only ever guard f7 one more time. So I get queen takes f7. Borderline pre-move that. Although he does have knight e7. I guess knight e7 is kind of the one you can't pre-move. Well, actually queen takes f7 is, I think, winning there too. Knight e7, I think queen takes, because then you just take, and you're just checkmating. Yeah, knight f... Well, but knight f6 cancels our pre-move. Yeah, okay. Never been so sad in my life. No, rook b7, queen takes f7. Okay, this one we're not doing. Actually, this might be a good one to reserve for. Because we do these other videos, these other shorts where we play out these positions. And we do it like over the board. This could be I think this is a very good one for that. Especially with the answer being, or the response being queen f6. Yeah, knight e7, queen takes f7 is actually the only winning move. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Wait, so it's not saying it. Why doesn't queen f6 work? Because then rook b7? Yeah, so queen f6, then he just plays rook b7. So queen takes f7, only move, and then you just take and you're winning. Oh, Yeah, knight e7 at least, but rook b7. Yeah, rook b7 you can't do, because both are winning. Queen f7 is better, but take... Yeah, because he can't take, because then queen f7. So knight e7 would have at least been better. But probably bishop e6. Oh no, because then you... That's so sad. Yeah, knight e7 is the only move that makes queen takes f7 forced. Because here you can play queen takes f7 or rook takes f7 first. But the result is the same. Damn! Damn! Okay. What a funny start. What a funny start to a puzzle. Into like an absolute beast of an answer. Yeah, knight h4, just such a casual move. RKDK, that just tells me your instinct is A+. Yeah. Yeah, bishop e6, it's so sad that there are two answers there. Because that would, not that it matters, I mean the puzzle's still the, what the? Okay, by the way, I think I'm gonna finish with this puzzle. Why is this not just bishop e4? Hey, D13! 15 months subbed? Thank you so much. 15 months you've been a sub. That's probably longer than I've been subbed. Cause I do sub on my personal because ads are annoying and being a mod doesn't like get rid of them for you. But I do sub on my personal through Prime. And so if I'm not like watching the channel, I miss it. It doesn't happen automatically. Wait, I've been a Dom? Who's Dom? Yeah, so castling, would be the other move. But then you start to deal with the whole c4, e6, like bishop f. But yeah, I assume bishop f4, but that doesn't even make sense. Because bishop after I castle, bishop f4 is not really. Oh, it could. I guess it could be. It could be like some sort of bishop f4, like say c4, c6, bishop f4, queen moves. Then we hit the. Yeah, I'm definitely hitting that point too. I'm definitely hitting the point of tiredness. D13, how are you doing, by the way? Yeah, let's hyperfixate on this for a moment. I just feel like I'm gonna play it and I'm gonna be so mad when it's not the answer. I'm gonna be so mad. And I just feel like that's what I'm being set up. Oh yes, RKDK, yes. Bishop e4, c4, bishop f4. So that's why you need a castle queenside. Yeah. Yeah, so here. take bishop f4. Queen moves, knight takes c7. Castle. So we should be castle then. c4, I mean, probably e6. I would lean towards with like queen e4 ideas, as well as bishop b4 ideas. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe this puzzle does finish castle queenside bishop f4, because that Is there any scenario in which rook d8's the move instead? That is very difficult to imagine. Most obvious move. Don't tell me you wouldn't do it in a game. Oh, I probably would play bishop e4. Like, if it was a blitz game, I think I'd play bishop e4. Yeah, bishop f4 feels more potentially deadly. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm a believer. Okay, he does play this. And the idea is... So the surprising thing is c6. I'm thinking bishop e4 is the move. But I'm surprised that e6 doesn't win. e6 is kind of... just, you get... I guess I'll take... Wait. That's messy. So bishop e4. Wait. Ah! My mind's running in 1,000,000 miles per second. Yeah, e6 stuff is really messy. Same with c6. Bishop e4. Is there anything? Because we're just trying to take here. Like, I would almost assume the puzzle ends after bishop e4, bishop f4, queen takes, bishop takes. Done. Yeah, I mean, maybe actually that knight b6 idea could happen after e6. There, take somewhere like bishop f4, take b1. I don't know. It's messy. Ulyss Matto, e6. e6 looks messy with bishop f4. I think bishop e4. But admittedly, I haven't disproved e6. Not entirely. I just think it looks messy. Well, I guess bishop f4 and just even bishop c7. Rook e7. It's messy. Just messy. Messy, messy. I mean, bishop e4, if bishop f4, then we could take. What if b takes c2? Lana. Another move. We have all the moves. My laziness says play bishop e4. But it's been 4 hours. But here's the problem. I want to end the stream after this. If I get it wrong, I can't end on a wrong one. Can't do it. All right. But yeah, there's just nothing after bishop e4. Like this, there's no complications. There's just nothing. Pretty straight up. we have to see it. So e6. I didn't want the answer to be it is technically winning. Rook b1, bishop b4. Yeah. So it kind of remains the same. It's probably winning, but messy. It's just messy. Now c6, you lose bishop b4, but rook b1. Now you have take because c2's or c7's not a problem. But e4 doesn't exist. It's less than 2. It's not technically winning. But I mean, it's just around 2 though. I thought winning, the difference between winning was like I generally consider like 1.75 winning. By engine evaluation is what I've always heard. Table basis made this quantity redundant, so he knows. Yeah. It's nice though. I mean, then you can cast. It's tricky. We could just peek at the next puzzle. Wait, am I at my did I finish at my peak? Because I got a couple wrong today. Okay, this is my highest rating. So we could finish here. We could call it. We could call it and be happy. Or we could just take a look. We could just take a look. We could just peek. Just to see and get invested and solve one more puzzle. So pawn and a less lucky stated pawn. Going into an endgame less than 2+, engines would usually draw. Pawn and underachieving pawn. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So kind of makes sense. All right, I peaked. I decided I didn't like that decision. Wait a second. There's some devious ideas. Got a new best in puzzles, only 2,000 points to catch up. Stu Dog, make it happen. I'll give you a solid week. Defense, on Easter you play puzzles until 5:30 a.m. just to get your elo back and reach your goal of increasing 100 elo a day. You're good for now. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a bad day. It wasn't the best day. Got 2 wrong. One of them I should have gotten. Like, I should have been able to get. One other one I don't know. It was a dumb one. The other one I just wasn't happy about. As a puzzle, I didn't like it. So, I really want to play this move. Because the idea is, okay, if you c4, we take, and then the queen's trapped. But he has bishop c4.
What's
Yeah.
up?
Okay, RK, we're on the same page. Not much. So I was eyeing this idea. Take bishop takes, rook c7, queen a5, knight d3, rook takes c1. Obviously that's not forced though. He does have queen a3. Very good goal, 100 elo. How to become stronger than Stockfish, just play for 30. Gain 100 elo every day, easy. Doesn't feel like there's another idea here though. 100 elo a day, increase in puzzles. That's still quite a bit. We don't need this knight. Let's check though. Why didn't we end? Because we have a problem. Extra cheese. Queen h4, then queen d4 threatening the knight, and knight d3. That'd be really nasty. Borderline, not okay. But wait, formulate. So bishop, okay, bishop e6, bishop c4, queen h4, e3, queen d4. What if he just plays queen a3? You take, but I have bishop e3. When are you starting?
In 7 minutes.
7 minutes?
Uh-huh.
At 6:55? Okay, we have 7 minutes.
But then your body has to be gone.
My body has to. Damn. Body has to. Why? That's. What a day to say it. Wait, is extra cheese here? We could raid your favorite person. No, he watches streams, and his favorite person is streaming. Oh, duh. Yeah, bishop takes d5 before queen d4. Lauren Nitty is streaming. It's sarcasm. Yeah. Yeah, that looks clean actually. Take queen d4. GG's. Alright, I believe it. I believe it! There's no sneaky attack on the rook, right? Queen h4, bishop a6. No. Because worst case, I think we take... Wait. Okay, that's a dumb move. Oh, queen check first. Or no. Even better. We just play queen a4. We pin the bishop. We win the bishop. Life is good. Or we take here. I don't know. It looks so winning. No, so rook a8, we still run into knight c7. I think RK is right. I think it's queen h4. What about knight c7? Good question. We just take. Everything is fine. All right. Okay. If this is wrong, we blame RK. If it's right, we blame RK. Hey, very nice, good sir. Very nice. Okay, is very good. Oh, good time to end. Okay, quick addiction. What is the best move here? It did feel like there were so many options, and that is correct. Yeah, queen a4, take and take g2. Yeah, okay. That's kind of a crazy check first. No, check, take. Yeah, okay. Cool. Everything's good. Life is good. All right, really got to finish the stream. So looks like Cha-Cha Chess. He's going currently on chess.com TV, I think, but it's been a second since we've said hi to Cha-Cha, so gonna send you all over. And knight c7, yeah, take. Still not a bad option. Play knight c7. I mean, considering the position's just bad in general. Everyone, thank you so much for being here. Good old Tactics Tuesday. Ended up being a success. We saw some pretty crazy puzzles. Only one puzzle that was kind of just dumb. I'm still salty. But overall, some good puzzles and good times. We'll be back streaming, me and Tony, later tonight. Just hanging out, playing chess, maybe doing arenas. But until then, you guys have a good time and show Cha-Cha some absolute appreciation. And, you know.